course, we are coming off a very big Smackdown. Don't know if you've heard, but the Smackdown ratings are in, and it was a big number. It was a Russian. There we go. That should be better. Yeah, it was on the weakest router. So change that over now. So yeah, coming off a big Smackdown, and if you saw the number, 2.5 million. Which we've only done a few times. We did get to 2.6 once, which recently, which I believe was the John Cena tag match, which obviously had a couple of weeks builds, and that was December 30th. So I believe that was 2.6. We have had a couple of 2.5s since then, but this is still massive. You know, we've been around the kind of 2.1, sometimes 2.2 range. So to go to the moon and hit a 2.5 is big, is good. And obviously it shows that people are still very much involved, very much engaged with the Bloodline story. And it was a juicy segment, man. I mean, to be honest, I never got a chance to really look at the reaction to it. I never really got a chance to see what the masses were saying about it. Obviously, I got the reaction from you guys, but I didn't see what the wider world was saying. I thought it was good. I did say I didn't think it was quite the same level as, say, an Usi segment or Sammy getting the honorary use shirt segment. I didn't quite feel it hit those heights, but it was still very, very good, very gripping, edge of the seat, didn't know what was going to happen, and certainly felt very satisfied afterwards. And, you know, when you've seen something and it was just worth watching, that's what I would say about SmackDown for me, was that I felt like it was a show that was worth watching. I think if you tuned in because you'd heard about all the Bloodline stuff and you wanted to know what was coming next, how it was going to play out, I think if you tuned into SmackDown, I would be surprised if you felt it was a waste of time. I think largely the show before was not the strongest. I think going into the main event, we said that this was going to need to deliver, because I think the show before had been so-so. But going into that main event, going into that final segment, we got a very, very juicy segment. So, yeah, lovely. So that was SmackDown. Then, of course, on Saturday, we did UFC. A big thank you to everyone that stopped by at certain points, because, to be honest, it had been a little while since we'd done UFC. I didn't really go into that stream with any sort of expectation. Just like, you know, we always stream on a Saturday. I wanted to get back to UFC because we haven't done it for a little while. That felt like the right thing to do at the weekends. So we did it. And honestly, I was really surprised by how many people joined us. I really thought that it was going to be a real struggle to like get anyone's attention, because we hadn't done it for a while. But no, it was good. And the show itself was fine. It was all right. Didn't really set the world on fire, but there were some nice little moments in there. And yeah, I enjoyed that. And then I don't even know what I did yesterday, actually. I can't even remember. I know I was doing quite a bit of work and future videos that are coming up. A big thank you as well if you watch those little shorts that go onto the channel. Definitely looking to try and find ways of getting more of those out, different kinds of videos as well. But there's a lot of documentaries, Raw reviews, SmackDown reviews, things along those lines. So I'm constantly looking at, like, can I keep those going? What are the kind of content that little short style can I get out? So definitely looking to do more stuff like that. So I was focused on that yesterday. And now here we are with Raw. I've got a few notes in front of me. I know what's coming up on the show tonight. I know some of the big topics of conversation that's doing the rounds. I would say the rating is probably the biggest one. WWE going back to Twitch, signing a multi-year agreement over there. So that obviously we can touch into. I feel like we have spoke about it a little bit before, but they have announced like a bit of a watch along that they're going to start doing, which I think is great. And it's going to have like wrestlers, behind the scenes interviews, things along those lines. So they're going to look to start doing that kind of a thing over on Twitch. and wrestler channels, they're coming in. It's a multi-year agreement. So again, we can kind of dig into that a little bit more. But yeah, there's quite a bit to go through. And I want to jump into the chat as well. So we'll see what the people are saying. Edward, shout out to you, said Days, just popping in to say, have a belter of a night. I've got college in the morning, so I can't watch Raw until I get home. Yeah, shout out to you, bud. Shout out to you, Edwards. The picture that you put up I thought was really cool. Edward put a picture up saying he was the first one in, the last one out of the gym, and it's cool. It's cool to see you putting in that work, so keep grinding away. Edward, shout out to you. Jackie, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words. What time does Raw start, said Al Pesh. It starts in about 53 minutes, buds. So we always start the hour before, so that we can talk about the, theories and questions and just chuck a few things around. And we got stuff to get into. But, we always start an hour before. Raw starts in 53 minutes. And to be honest, that's the same start time for NXT and the same start time for SmackDown as well. So they kind of always start at the same time. Sometimes you get the odd little change. I think actually the SmackDown before Money in the Bank is in England. It's in the UK. And I believe I read that was actually going to be live, which I can't say it's never been live, but I don't remember it ever being live. And I've been to those shows quite a bit, and they were never live. It was taped, and then it was shown at its regular time, but taped. That's how the UK shows were always done. Whereas I'm sure I read the other day, and I don't know how reliable the source, but I'm sure I read that they were looking to do these live, which is a little bit of a problem. Just because I will be at Wrestling Shop Live in London doing the meet and greets that we've spoken quite a bit about. And so on Friday, I will be traveling back. I will be on a train when SmackDown is on. So my plan is hopefully I can get back, and hopefully they're still going to show it at the normal time as well, at the usual time. Because if so, then I'll do that watch along. Granted, there won't be too many people joining us because I'd imagine everyone will have watched the earlier one, of course. But I don't know. I was not expecting them to go live on that SmackDown. So look, it is what it is. As long as I'm back home and ready for Money in the Bank on the Saturday, then que sera, sera. Juana says, thoughts on theory that Brock could be the one who beats Roman, Cody beats Brock to finish the story. Thoughts on the theory that Brock could be the one that beats Roman and Cody could be the one to beat Brock to finish the story. You could go that way. Not the direction that I would personally go. I feel like the person that is going to end Roman's title reign is going to get a hell of a boost. They are the one. That is the one, isn't it? They are the person that did it. And so I think you're really looking for someone that's going to be around for a while. This is why, on reflection, and I certainly didn't feel this way in the moment, but we've spoke about it before. On reflection, I don't mind Brock being the one to end the Undertaker's streak. Because, to be honest, you're looking for someone that's young enough that can use that as a boost to their career. And I've said before, Brock going into that match at WrestleMania 30 was not favorite. This is why it was so shocking. I think you can easily look at Brock now and you can think that he's always been portrayed this way. And certainly he was a big deal back then, right? Certainly he was a big deal. But he had also lost a few matches kind of heading into that WrestleMania. There'd been a few results that hadn't gone his way. And so it just sort of felt like they had him as an attraction. He would come in and boost the ratings. But no, I can't say no one was expecting him to win, but this is why the looks on people's faces at WrestleMania 30 are one of pure shock which on reflection is crazy when you think about it, because Brock Lesnar is Brock Lesnar. But again, you know, that moment where everyone's like, it's happened. They've done it. This is the person, like, it's happened. Like, everyone was just in shock, because had there have been, I mean, you're going back to 2014? Had there have been loads of wrestling channels around at that point, I'm fairly confident the vast majority of predictions would have said Undertaker retains. You know, this is just a big name for him to go up against, get a good win as we try to figure out who the person should be that should end the streak. And I think that was the consensus. Like, Brock is credible, but he's an attraction. He's not going to be the person to end this because, well, I mean, like, is he going to be around enough? Can we have confidence he'll be here in 5 years' time? Will he go back to the UFC? He's not really young. Like, we could give it to someone else, blah, 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 right? And that was my feeling at the time as well. But I think on reflection now, I look back at it and I'm like, well, he stuck around. He stuck around for 10 years. He's still here. He's been used at the top of the card. He's main evented WrestleManias. He definitely benefited from it, because I think the perception of him being an attraction to him being the real deal, the big star, the guy that, you know, the mountaintop, if you will. I mean, there was a real shift in 2014 over that. Undertaker's streak was one aspect of it, but there was an interesting interview with John Cena where he says that he was up for being destroyed at SummerSlam in 2014 because Brock had just beaten the streak. And he said, we need to maximize this. We've got to capitalize on it. So you are the guy that beat the Undertaker's streak. So now we need to go big, right? And he says, just destroy me, batter me, kill me. And so this is what happens at SummerSlam. I think that SummerSlam match is the cherry on top. So Brock beats the streak, and then at SummerSlam destroys John Cena. It is brutal. Right? It is one-sided, beat down. I remember watching it just in shock at how one-sided it was. And Brock picks up the win, and he just looks like the man. And you got to remember, this is Roman's around, but 2014 is when the Shield broke up. Roman wasn't ready. They wanted him to be ready, but he wasn't quite ready. You know, he was just finding his feet as a solo competitor on the main roster. And Brock bridges that gap. And obviously now we've got Brock and Roman battling each other. But I think Roman has faced Brock enough. I think that we've definitely established that Roman has got Brock's number. I think to go back to that and Brock now be the one to do it, I think that would be, for me, not the way that I would go. I think he's credible, but is he going to be around in another 10 years, example? Probably not. In fact, I'd say almost certainly not. So how much is he going to benefit by being the one that beats Roman? I feel like you probably go with a young upstart, someone that's, you know, just coming through, just, you know, got their future ahead of them, and they could really have that kind of, you know, momentum. I do understand, though, we will move on from this, but I do understand the concern about going with Cody, because Cody has said before that he's looking to retire when he's 40. Now, I do believe he's moved that goalpost, and he said more like, we'll see like what's happening when I get there. And I think he's only a few years away. So I've got to say, like, even if Cody gets it, I can't say I see Cody being around in 10 years' time either. So I don't know. Hopefully you could get a good 5 years out of Cody. The thing is, though, Cody has got wrestling in his blood. If you have him be the one to beat Roman, put the belt on him and push him to the moon and give him main events and all this kind of stuff, is he really going to walk away at that point? Like, he has fought and clawed and struggled. We all saw the Stardust years, right? He's gone through all of that. And now he's finally at the mountaintop. And he's really going to walk away at that point. Like, I think he surely rides it for as long as he can till the wheels come off. So, you know, Cody has said in the past he's not looking to stick around. It'll be interesting once he's in that position, how he feels then. So for me, Brock wouldn't be the play here. Brock wouldn't be the one. I don't think we're going to get enough out of Brock. Brock right now is that Brock can't get any bigger. If Brock beats Roman, I don't think there's a change in Brock. Brock's already beat the streak. We know Brock. I feel like Brock's already peaked and maybe now coming down a little bit on the other side. I feel like we're in the final run for Brock now, because like him being the destroyer and the beast and coming out with Heyman and all that kind of stuff, it's all in the rear view mirror. Now it just feels like he's turning up and just having he's gone back to being the attraction again now. He's kind of, in a way, he's kind of gone back to where he was before WrestleMania 30, thinking about it. Because right now, if you was to book Brock against Roman, I wouldn't expect Brock to win, because we've seen him try a couple of times and fail. And we've seen him lose against Cody. We've seen him lose against Bobby. So actually, this is mental. We are probably full circle. We have probably now got with Brock in the same position as where we were before WrestleMania 30, where, as I said, if you did Roman versus Brock for SummerSlam, I don't think you'll have too many people predicting Brock Lesnar would do it. So, I don't know, do you go with the shock value? Do you go with the shock value of just doing exactly what you did with the streak? That's interesting. I didn't want to spend as long on that as what we did, but I think we've actually got to quite an interesting comparison there, with Brock maybe being back to, obviously not identical, but because he doesn't have Heyman, for example. But he is, I think, from a perception, probably back to where he was pre-WrestleMania 30. But only just joined. I'm sorry if it's been asked. What are your thoughts on the first two matches that seem to be all but announced for Forbidden Door? Omega, Ospreay, Brian Okada, says Daniel. It wasn't asked, but it wasn't asked. I like them. I like them a lot. I think surely if you're a wrestling fan, I mean, if you are just, forget tribalism, forget being a WWE fan, forget being an AEW fan, right? Forget all of that. If you are just a fan of this form of entertainment, right? I can't understand why you wouldn't want to see Okada against Bryan Danielson, because we are legit talking about Bryan Danielson, one of the best wrestlers, I mean, so good with his selling, his storytelling, bringing out drama in his matches. His moveset is obviously very technical. He's got a fantastic moveset, great submission holds. He's fought all over the world at various different stages in the pyramid, from the indie scene going to WWE, over now in AEW. He's really seasoned. He's a veteran. He's well respected. He's had absolute banging matches, and fairly recently as well. I mean, that Iron Man match against MJF was very well received, and that wasn't that long ago. So yeah, I feel like you've got that guy against Okada, who, as we said, for me, I think Okada and Omega, that is the Ric Flair, Ricky Steamboat of this generation. At least that's how I feel about it. I think if you're going to talk about iconic feuds, iconic matches that are no-brainer 5-star classics, you're going to talk about Ric Flair against Ricky Steamboat. But I think for this era, I feel like you'd be pointing towards Omega and Okada and what they were doing over in New Japan, going back about, 6-7 years ago. So a lot of love for Okada. Okada is well respected. He's had absolutely banging matches, multiple time IWGP champion. Really the face of New Japan. I mean, there's quite a few actually, because I feel like Tanahashi is a face of New Japan, but Okada has to be in that conversation. So, I mean, look, what you boil it down to is you're boiling it down to two of the best of this generation going up against each other, who I don't believe have ever faced before. I don't believe they've faced before. Certainly not on a big stage. If they did, it would be in an indie somewhere. But yeah, I mean, that's tasty. Who doesn't want to see that? Who doesn't want to see that? And then Omega Ospreay doesn't grab me as much, to be honest. But I know there's some bad blood there, or at least they've certainly projected bad blood. I don't know if that is true or not. I feel like it is, but it could be a work. But yeah, I feel like there's a bit of bad blood there. I feel like they have got a bit of a history. They don't like each other. They have had banging matches in the past. I don't know quite what the reasoning for this encounter is. I don't know if this is just one more time and we go again, or what we do. I don't know. I don't know. That one's not grabbing me quite as much. But it's probably the match to make, in all fairness. When I think of if it can't be Omega Okada, then Omega against Ospreay definitely does come to mind, as we said, because of that bad bloods and history between them. So great. Yeah. I can't argue with either of the matches, but by a country mile, not even close, Danielson against Okada is the one. That is the one that I haven't looked to see. I'm hoping we can do it. Obviously, I really want to tune into that. Definitely don't want to miss that match. But I haven't looked yet to see if it collides with anything. This is where people will tell me it's on the same night as Night of Champions, Money in the Bank or something. But hopefully we can watch it. Aries says, imagine this match, me and Marseille with Mansoor. I haven't said his name in so long. I almost said it's Mansoir, isn't it? There we go. Mansoir, Maxine Dupree, Otis at ringside against Takeshita and Don Callis of the Blackpool Combat Club with Mox Utah, Brian Claudio at ringside. Who would win? It depends, doesn't it? It depends where you are in regards to what promotion this is being held in. Those kind of fantasy matches where you go, imagine this person versus this person, who would win? We've kind of spoke about that before about you need to know the story at the time. You need to know the story. You need to know who the company are pushing. You need to know what company it's being booked in. You need to know if there's titles involved. There's too many parameters. That you're not getting the whole. I feel like when people are imagine this person versus this person, who wins? I feel like you're being given one piece of a 100-piece jigsaw puzzle. It's kind of like giving someone one piece of a 100-piece jigsaw puzzle, and you're I think it's an eye, but I'm not sure. And then someone going, what's the picture? And you're well, I really do need more pieces than this to be able to give you that answer. So, you need to know, as we said, the promotion it's being booked in. You need to know the storyline at the time. You need to know if there's any title belts involved. You need to know if there's any stipulations. If someone's going, if someone's about to go away on holiday, for example, then chances are the other person's probably going to win whilst the other one goes away on a break for a bit. So there's a lot of moving parts to a question like that. AJ King said, in your opinion, who do you think Seth Rollins should rival with for the World Heavyweight Championship? Also, happy Monday Night Rollins. Let's go. I would say Finn Balor, because I think that Finn is really in need of that feud. I think that he is a fantastic superstar who really struggles to get opportunity at the top of the cards. If you think about Finn Balor, you think about how good he is in the ring. He's a very good wrestler. And you think about the fact that he's got an alter ego, the Demon, which you just think that's surely just a way of printing money. The Demon, how can you mess up the Demon, right? But how have we got to the situation where Finn in NXT was so over, he was so good, he would just wrestle, and if he needed that little extra, he turned to the Demon. We didn't overdo it, but you probably could have dialed it back a little bit. How did we go from that to him coming up to the main roster and then not really ever being able to get a bit of a run together, not really ever getting any momentum, and then having to go back to NXT after he lost to The Fiend in 2019. And then he gets another shot with the title in NXT, comes back up. And again, to be honest, it's been quite meddling. Again, we haven't seen, I know Judgment Day's been fine. And at times has been really good with the Dominic aspect and the rear and all of that. But for Finn Balor, this still is not him pushing for world titles, being at the top of the cards. We've absolutely messed up the Demon. Did the Demon lose at WrestleMania? I feel like the Demon lost at WrestleMania. He certainly lost to Roman after the top rope broke. And I don't even know what we were doing in that match, because for me, the Demon had never been supernatural. It had just been his alter ego. We'd never seen the Demon engage in any sort of supernatural stuff down in NXT, or even when it was on the main roster. And then in that match with Roman, the lights start going. He starts, like, I don't know, pulvating or whatever it is. It's not the word, but he started like gyrating or whatever, and like it was all just weird. And then he gets to the top rope, the rope breaks, and he ends up losing. I mean, it was such a bad finish, and like you do kind of look at that and go, "What are we doing?" I feel like basically what we did is we fed the Demon to Roman so that Roman could continue his title reign, but we didn't want to do it clean because we want to protect the Demon. And so we did like a top rope break, but we also threw in a little bit of spookiness, and it was all just a horrible mess of a recipe. I just think he's been really badly used, really, really badly used. I mean, I think because NXT, when he first came in and the way we used him was so good, everything that's followed on the main roster has been really disappointing. And it's not his fault. I really don't blame him. I blame creative. I blame Vince. I don't blame him. So I'm hoping now that Triple H is in charge and we've got this new world title that we can really do something now. I think the counter argument, though, that would be interesting is, would you go with Finn first? Because I really think that Finn, he deserves to be competing, but you could make the argument he deserves to be the one to beat Seth for the title. And if you're going to do that, you're probably not going to do it soon. So you could make the argument that actually Seth's going to have some other feuds first. Maybe a Bobby Lashley, or I don't know, whatever heels are knocking around on Raw that we can just throw in there that he can get some wins over. And then ultimately we get to Finn, and that's when we get the feuds. Maybe Seth just survives, but ultimately Seth drops the belt to Finn. I really wouldn't mind that. I really wouldn't mind that. As I said, I think if we can find a way of bringing the Demon back, making the Demon cool again, making Finn cool again. I mean, I feel like Finn's pretty cool anyway. But as I said, you compare to what he was doing down in NXT, and I think we have dropped the ball. But as I said, I look at Vince. I look at Vince because I don't think Vince ever really got it. I think Vince, to be honest, I would say this is one of my big criticisms of Vince from a creative point of view. Unless Vince came up with it, unless he created it, I don't think he enjoys working with it. I don't think he enjoys like trying to come up with ideas for something that wasn't his in the first place. I mean, if you look at like when the NWO came into WWE back in 2002, and like, look at how messy that was. Like you've got the NWO now. Think of all the things that you could do with the NWO. Now, I do understand that Hogan was getting amazing reactions, and so you know the crowd wanted a babyface Hogan. But what we ended up doing with the NWO was awful. It was rubbish, right? Even with the Hogan leaving and turning and everything, like that thing just ran out of steam really, really quickly. So you can sort of look at like the NWO. You can look at like the Fiend. I mean, the Fiend wasn't a Vince thing. That was a Bray thing. And I mean, just look at like Hell in a Cell. Look at it losing to Goldberg. Now, you just look at like when that character was being booked by Vince, and just look at how badly treated it was. And then you look at the Demon, and the Demon was in New Japan. So that was absolutely a Finn Balor creation. And just look at how like Triple H was able to use the Demon down in NXT, and then compare it to how Vince used the Demon on the main roster. And it does give you just another example of Vince really struggling with something that he didn't create to bring the best out in it. I sort of feel like when he creates it, he's got a vision as to where he wants to go with it. If it's not his creation, I just don't think he has that vision. Or he wants to, it could be even worse. He might have the vision, but he might want to derail it so that people continue to use his ideas. Of course, he will always have final say, but, you know, he could derail other people's creations to show, like, look, this isn't easy. This isn't easy. It's not as easy as you think. You can't just create these things and expect them to work. You know, that's why we need to do this. And then he can get his ideas over and get people to go with them. Now, people going with his ideas shouldn't be a problem because he is the guy at the top, right? But, like, I would imagine that you don't want to be having arguments, because there's been arguments in creative meetings. I was listening to an old WWE writer's biography, and he was talking about some of the big arguments that have been had. So, you know, could it be even seedier, where Vince has purposefully derailed some of these creations, other people's creations, to show it's just not that easy. Like, this is why we need to go with my ideas. I'm telling you, this is what we need to do. And then maybe it makes it easier for him to get his points across. I have no idea. I'm not in his head. All I know is that there is a catalogue of other people's creations that he has seemingly struggled with. And I think the demon can be added to that. But I would like to see Finn get an opportunity under Triple H and see if we can get back to that NXT booking. JB said, I think Vince was gatekeeping Bianca's character and creative while she was champion. Now that chapter is done, we might see Triple H's vision for her, e.g. the NXT character. Bryson said, the Fiend is Bray's creation, but doesn't want to bring it back, especially with Triple H. Well, I don't know what the truth is in regards to what he wants to do with the Fiends, because I think that Bray went away. I mean, this is just my belief, right? I don't have any evidence of this, but I think Bray left WWE, and I think that he came up with new ideas. You know, he's from what Triple H said in that interview with Ariel Helwani, Bray is like a whirlwind. He's just throwing stuff out all the time. And as Triple H sort of implied, he said that trying to tame a whirlwind, it's a very difficult thing to do, because you'll try exploring one idea, and before you've even done that, the next ideas come along, right? And, you know, listen, reading between the lines, I don't think these are all great ideas. I just think he's like, how about we do this? How about we do that? Bang, 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 bang. In there will be a gem, right? Within that will be a gem, but there's also going to be a lot of nonsense and stuff that ain't going to fly, right? So I think for Triple H, the challenge, and for Vince, the challenge is to wade through all this stuff to find the gems that you can actually do something with. Now, you can sort of understand why that would be exhausting, right? To have someone around going bang, 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 right? And certainly if you've heard a few things and they all just sound like nonsense, after a while, I would imagine you do become a bit disengaged. I would imagine after a while that relationship does become a bit fractious. And so then all of a sudden, like, you know, it starts breaking down. This is what I think happened between Vince and Bray. That's my reading of it. I think that Bray is not an easy person to work with. I think he's very creative. But being creative and being able to communicate your creations are two very different things. And I think he's very creative, but I would say, just going from the Triple H interview, the way that he communicates his creative thoughts is like a whirlwind. I mean, that is exactly what Triple H's words were, like a whirlwind, okay? So I think this is where Vince, I think, just got to the end of the road. I think that he didn't enjoy working with them. I don't think they had a great relationship. And I think that Vince was just like, you know what, I don't need it. I've got so much other stuff that I can lean into. I'd rather just save the money, save the wage. And I think that's where the breakdown happened. So, you know, Bray goes off and then ends up coming back. But I think whilst he was away, I think his mind was going bang, 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 right? And I think he's come up with new things that he wants to explore, you know? I suppose in a way it's a little bit like a singer that writes a hit song. You don't necessarily want to just play that for the next 20 years. Like, you are getting inspiration from things that you see, places that you go, which is then going to inspire you to create new music. And so, that's going to mean that you put out new albums. But the thing is, everyone goes to your shows wanting the hit single, don't they? Everyone goes to your shows going, oh, I hope they play Friday or whatever. When you're like, this is one of my new ones, and the audience goes, oh, God, right? Because everyone wants the hits. Well, The Fiend was a hit, but I think Bray wanted to show us where he was now. I think Bray I don't know that he had moved on, but I think he had got to the point where he wanted to show us his new inspirations, what was really getting him excited now. And I don't think The Fiend was exciting him at the moment. I do think The Fiend, we would have got The Fiend. I'm adamant we would have got The Fiend. And the reason why I say that is because WWE knows there's money to be made in The Fiend. I mean, from action figures to masks to just merch, right? And also, if you can put The Fiend on a poster and advertise him for a pay-per-view, I've got to think that's going to do good engagement. I've got to think they saw numbers that were really encouraging because Bray trends all the time. The Fiend had trended loads as well. So, they must be aware of like how many times people trend, what the kind of social media engagements are, video views on YouTube, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, all of that stuff. Well, it's no surprise to me that there are reports that WWE want The Fiend or wanted The Fiend just before Bray went away. It's no surprise to me that WWE wanted The Fiend. And to be honest, what WWE want, WWE are probably getting eventually. I did see, I think, a report that said Jason Baker had said that the molds for the mask had been destroyed, so there was not going to be a Fiend anytime soon. I don't buy into that. I mean, I feel like there's enough. Who knows what condition who knows? I don't know how many Fiend masks were made anyway. I don't know what condition those existing Fiend masks are in. They easily could have recommissioned a new one. I have no doubt that, I don't know how much it would cost to make a mold of a new Fiend mask. But to be honest, it ain't going to be any sort of cost that WWE are going to think twice about. So I just don't see that as any sort of barrier. It may be a barrier to, are we going to get The Fiend now? Are we getting The Fiend this week, next week? It could be a barrier to time, but it's not a barrier to, oh, well, there's nothing we can do then, is there? They got rid of the mask molds. Oh, well, there we go. What do we do? Oof. If only there was a way to create a new mask mold. Who knows? But and as we said, there's masks already in existence which may be usable anyway. So for me, I think The Fiend would have returned. I think The Fiend still could return. I know that Bray said in an interview that he wasn't interested in bringing The Fiend back, but as we keep saying, in that same interview, he said he doesn't watch his matches back. And then I think it was the very next SmackDown, the only Bray segment was him sat backstage watching his match back. And it was announced, I think, by WWE that interview was done in character. And I think at that time, Bray was still in a bit of a denial stage. And so I think his character was in a denial stage. He also said he didn't watch his matches back. Then on SmackDown, he's watching his match back. And so you kind of look at it and go, how much of that can you believe? How much of that can you believe? I do believe he didn't want to bring The Fiend back in the early stages. But as I said, I think the pressure would have got built up that it would have come back. Why would you bring back the Funhouse? Why would you bring back Alexa into the fold? Because apparently we were going that way. Why would you bring back the puppets and then not bring back The Fiend? I mean, it doesn't make sense, does it? So for me, we were on that road. I really think we were on that road. When we would have reached the destination, I don't know, but I feel confident that we were on that road anyway. I think a Fiend being booked under Triple H could be interesting, but to be honest, I think, as I said, I think Bray is just more inspired, more interested in this current story, because I don't think this current story had totally played out. I think he had an idea of Howdy. We know that Uncle Harper was trademarked as well. We never got to Uncle Harper. There was people saying maybe he was going to choose between Uncle Howdy and Uncle Harper for the name of this new character, which could be true. Yeah, it's a fun theory. Might also not be true. There might be another character that's on the way. We did see him put on a mask at the Royal Rumble. Do you remember after the pitch black match ended, he put a mask on, and this other mask that he put on it wasn't like an amazingly different change, which I think was a problem. I think they needed to do more to show that this was a different persona. It just looked like Bray in a mask, but him wearing that mask clearly means something, be it a different persona, a different character, a different mindset. There must be a reason as to why he put that mask on after the pitch black match and then went stalking after LA Knight, eventually catching up with him on that platform. So, we didn't even explore that. We didn't even explore what that was about. So you've got that mask that he put on after his match. And am I right in saying he's only had one match since he came back? And I think that that could have been something he did after every match. He could have been having matches and then putting that mask on after every match. And this could have been, as we said, a new persona, a new character, certainly something to explore. I didn't feel like we'd explored Uncle Howdy. I can't say enough, but I have to say enough. I think there's still way more to explore with Howdy. Way more. Like, who is he? Where's he come from? Why we never heard of him before? How was he always on the TV in the Funhouse? Is this someone that's only just come along? When did Bray know about him? Why has he never been mentioned? What's his relationship to Bray? We don't know any of this. There's people that still want to know who's behind the mask, but as we said, I don't think it's about that anymore. I think Howdy is Howdy. I don't think there is a mystery behind the mask. I think it's Bo Dallas, but I don't think going to ever be revealed to be Bo Dallas. I think it's Howdy is Howdy, just like Kane was Kane. And so I think for me, I would still like to explore all of that. I think that's where Bray's head was. I think his head was in all that stuff, not in the Fiend. But it took too long, didn't it? It took too long. I don't mind the slow builds. I really don't. I love story. Look at the Bloodline story. It's been amazing. But the thing was that I just think the story for Uncle Howdy was not good. It wasn't a good story. The story was like, I know who this person is. I know what they want. And they were saying that Bray was a liar now for saying that he didn't want to put the mask back on. Then there was one Sister Abigail. That seemed to change Bray's mind. And then all of a sudden, Howdy and Bray were now on the same page. But we didn't really explore who Howdy was. I mean, we saw a Funhouse episode where they were seemingly working together. Howdy was the weatherman. Bray was in the Funhouse. But we never really got anywhere with what their relationship is. He says he knows who he is. Well, who is he? I know his name. That's all I know. That's all I know. I don't even know if he's related to Bray. He's called Uncle Howdy. Is that his uncle? Is it meant to be his uncle? Is it just a friend that you call uncle? Is it one of those? Is he a follower? Does Bray follow him? Does Howdy follow Bray? How did we go months and months without finding out these answers? I don't understand. I don't understand how this story took so long. And we still ended up with very little in the way of answers. So for me, like I've said before, for me, the story was just getting going because, all right, what had been, fine, move on from it. Yeah. But now we were at the point where, okay, they're on the same page. Lovely. They're on the same page. We're in the Funhouse. Funhouse is back. Lovely. We got the puppets. Cool. And now we're targeting Bobby. Okay. Right. Maybe not the feud I would have gone for, but let's see where we go. And so now it's like, right, let's go. What we doing? and then he disappeared, which is obviously very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. But and there's not really much you can say about that. We still don't know really what it is. But yeah, I just think it's a shame. I think it's a real shame because, like, there's people that are desperately waiting for him to come back. And I think he will come back. And there's a few rumors that it might be at SummerSlam. But to be honest, I don't even know. I don't know what momentum he's got at the moment. I feel like when he does come back, there'll be a good reaction for him. People, I think, will still be excited by the potential as to what he can deliver. But equally, I do think there's probably been a little bit of that excitement that's sort of died down. When he came back at Extreme Rules, I think there was a lot of excitement. And people were like, okay, here we go. We're going to get the Fiend. We're going to get this. We're going to get that. We're probably going to get something new. We'll get the Funhouse. Oh, my God, the puppets are alive. Could this be a permanent thing? Blah, 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 blah. You know, you get all that. Big entrance, big return. People loved it. And then it just didn't follow it up. Just didn't really maintain that level of excitement. And so now when he comes back, I don't think it's going to be as epic as when he came back at Extreme Rules. Mainly because he'd been cut last time as well, in all fairness. He'd lost his job. Whereas this time he hasn't lost his job. He's just coming back from, well, we don't know where, you know? So we know he's still employed, though. We know he's still with WWE. So it is going to be different. But I just hope he gets back. I really want him to get, like, going. I think people really do just want him to be, like, a bit more Wyatt Bray that has matches on a more regular basis. And you can still do your promos, you can still do your segments, but just, you know, give us that story and that development, but just give us some matches as well and give us, like, something to look forward to, like, oh, wow, Bray's in action this weekend. Things like that. So, again, another lengthy topic to get our teeth into, but so much to talk about there. And as we said, it'll be interesting when he returns as to whether he brings the Fiend back or not. I really don't know, to be honest. As I said, I think we get there eventually, but maybe not straight away. James said Vince is backstage with a lot of other executives. Oh, let's go. Hashtag fire Vince. It's going to start trending. It's going to start trending. People are going to love it. Anything wrong now with tonight's show? Anything that's just seems like a bit, oh man, I'm not sure about this. It's going to be Vince's fault. And who knows, it might be Vince's fault. Can't help himself, can he? Stick his finger in the pie whilst he's there. The little rascal. Wrestle with Andy said, Days, to me, the most confusing this was there was two different people that were called Uncle Howdy. That's a really good point. That's a really, really good point. I feel like we didn't explore that and we didn't get an answer to that. You're absolutely right. So, like, I feel like there could be even more because the computer-generated face, the mask that Bray wore when he first came back, that is completely different to the full face mask of Howdy that we saw the first time, right? So you might remember there was like a full prosthetic face for Howdy. And that, like, it felt like it was computer generated image, you know, the one that interrupts in the static. That mask is completely different to the full face mask. The one that's computer generated or feels computer generated, the one that was on TV in the Funhouse, the mask that Bray wore when he returned at Extreme Rules, that one, they were selling that mask and calling it the Uncle Howdy mask on WWE Shop. So you look at that and you go, okay, well, if that's Uncle Howdy, then that's Uncle Howdy, but they're not the same. Those two aren't the same. You're completely right. Those aren't the same. And then the mask changed. The mask that Howdy wears now is not the same full face mask that he wore at the start when we were seeing him. Like, so now he's kind of cut this part out now. So it feels like the mask was deemed not quite right, and we had to make a running change. A running change is when you've already shown something and you make amendments after the fact that it's been shown. A running change on a figure, for example, is that you'll start making the figure and you'll notice a logo is too small. So you'll make it a bit bigger for the rest of the figures, but there are still some that come out with the small logo. It kind of feels like this was a bit of a running change on that mask. So I feel like I saw 3 masks that were all different in some way and were all Uncle Howdy. I've got the computer-generated one that Bray wore mask-wise when he came back at Extreme Rules. I got the full-face one where we saw them sometimes on screen, and you know, he had the top hat and he had the full face. And then we've got the one when he comes out into the arena, when he steps out in front of the people, and he seems to have this part of it cut out, and that seems to be a third mask, and they all seem to be Uncle Howdy. Yeah, you're completely right. No, I don't have an answer to that. I think I've got an answer for why those 2 are the way they are, but I completely agree that the other one, I don't get it. Don't get it. And the fact that we went so long. I mean, we went from October, was it, till February. So we went for about 4 months with the story. Didn't have regular segments, didn't have any matches apart from the pitch black match at the Royal Rumble. We had all that time to really explore what was going on, what's happening, how does these pieces fit together, and we didn't get there. So for me, this story was convoluted. It was messy. I don't think it was well told. I think that's really disappointing when you think that you've got Rob Fee, who is meant to be like this long-term storyteller, you know, trying to like really bring out long-term stories. Maybe the only thing I would say is because we didn't really see all of the story, there could be a moment where you go, oh, so that's why he wore it Extreme Rules. Oh, that's why they're all called Uncle Howdy. Like the missing piece of the puzzle that we don't have may have come down the road and might have just unlocked it all and made us go, that's good. That's good. That's why he's wearing that mask. That's why that's Howdy. That's why they had 2 different and there could have been something coming where it made sense. The only thing I can say is we never saw it. We never got there. We certainly haven't got there yet. So you can only judge it on what it is. And what it is at the moment is confusing. And, you know, it in certain places doesn't make sense. So I hope we get there. I really want that moment. I really want that moment where we go, I really want that. But I don't know. I mean, you know, if WWE are going to put the pressure on to bring the Fiend back, you know, could the story have to be amended to now fit the Fiend in? Is Bray willing to do that? I mean, have we got a standoff at the moment? I have no idea. I don't know what's going on. No one seems to know what's going on. You hear lots of different thoughts and theories. So I say let's get him back. Let's just get him back. Get back up and running, and keep our fingers crossed that we do get that moment. Because if we do, I mean, that'll be amazing. That could be one of the biggest reveals in the history of WWE if he can put that piece in that connects it all. And you go, oh my God, so that's why he wore that body paint at the Rumble. That's why he put that mask on afterwards. That's why that Howdy mask is different to that Howdy mask. That's why he wore the, oh, this is genius. There could be that piece that comes, but we just don't have it yet. Aaron, shout out to you. Said, Days, hope everyone is well. Will Sheamus be in Money in the Bank? I don't know. Is he competing in Money in the Bank? Is he in like a qualifier? I haven't seen him in a qualifier, have I? Don't think I have. For tonight's show, we've got Becky against Sonya for Money in the Bank. We've got Natalia against Zoe for Money in the Bank. These are qualifiers. We got Cody on Miz TV, and we got Seth against Damian Priest. So, and obviously that's for the World Heavyweight Championship. So that's what we've got tonight. The other things that I had written down, Cody, Brock 3, apparently SummerSlam. There's going to be a stipulation according to the dirt sheets, so you never know if this is true. But there's going to be a stipulation in that we haven't seen in a while, which I don't know why. Whenever I think of a stipulation we haven't seen in a while, my brain always goes 3 stages of hell. I don't know why. If someone says there's going to be a stipulation, it's going to be one we've not seen, my brain goes 3 stages of hell. I don't know why it does that. I can't answer that. But 3 stages of hell ain't that great. It's just 3 different matches after each other. So your first match, you do like a steel cage match. Then straight after, you go straight into a street fight. And then after that, you might go into a Inferno match or a Last Man Standing or whatever. So they ain't like, it sounds better than it is, to be honest. But that's where my head went. But to be honest, I don't think it would be that. Mainly because that would take a long time. Because you got to do 3 matches. You're basically doing 3 matches. Brock, I don't think Brock's going to want to do 3 matches. The only thing I would say is that if he agrees to, say, like 20 minutes, doing like 20-minute match, you could probably get the first one out the way really quick. You could jump him, get the first fall. You know, you could probably like find a way of getting through it quite quickly. There was a few people thinking dog collar, but I did see someone from Cultaholic saying it won't be dog collar. Again, I don't know how true that is. But dog collar would make sense. That's one that Cody does enjoy going to sometimes. So, yeah, I don't know. But apparently it won't be that. So we'll have to, again, wait and see on that. But apparently SummerSlam, that's when we're looking at doing the 3rd encounter between these two. And we spoke about SmackDown ratings. So, yeah, I mean, that was pretty much not loads of news, to be honest. Not loads of news, but that's good because we've only got 3 minutes. Tony Khan will announce the first main event match for AEW Collision this Wednesday, said Boomers. Tyler said, Days, my sons and I have got tickets to the Super Show. Are those shows done differently? Yeah, well, I mean, they're house shows. So house shows can be really fun because when you go to a TV taping, the wrestlers are very focused, of course, on what they need to do for the story, for the viewers at home. There's a lot of, obviously, positioning themselves for the hard cam, addressing the hard cam. They are really playing to the people at home, and you are there to observe it. When it comes to a super show, that's a house show. There are no cameras. There'll be some people taking pictures, I'd imagine, but and maybe even a little bit getting recorded just for in case, because you never know what's going to happen. There might be an injury and, they might need to show it on Raw or whatever. So there may be a camera, but it's not a camera that they're going to be paying attention to, not like on TV. And so this is where you see stuff that you wouldn't normally see. There's a lot more interaction with the crowds. There's a lot more fun. Referees getting involved a bit more. I don't want to say they turn up the silliness. That wouldn't sound quite right. But they'll turn up the interaction. They'll turn up the engagement with the crowds. And as I said, yeah, you definitely see stuff that you wouldn't be seeing normally on TV. I mean, to be honest, you can get some really fun stuff. I remember seeing a clip of Sammy doing an open challenge, and then Drew came out, and Sammy was in the ring, and he got the microphone. He was like, to be honest, I didn't know you was here this evening. If I did, I probably wouldn't have done this open challenge. And the crowd were laughing. And Sammy was trying to find a way out of the match, and he was going over to the fans and trying to get them to help him get out of the match. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not going to be able to really do that on TV because the segments are so tight and the time is so tight. And also, you ain't giving anyone in the crowds a live microphone on a TV show. So, because you just, who knows what they're going to say. So, yeah, it is different. It is different. Still the same superstars, of course. Still big names, big entrances, great action. You don't have the commentators. That can feel a bit weird. Not having them, like, telling you in your ear what's happening or the certain moves and all that. But it's good. It's a different experience to house shows, and it's something that I definitely recommend people go into if you've not been to a house show. Okay, here we go. We are live with Raw. We're in Hartford, Connecticut. That'll be why Vinnie Mac is in town. Hartford, Connecticut. So that is where the headquarters are, baby. That is nothing for Vince to get down to the show. Wrestling Kid 99, shout out to you, says, are you hyped for WWE Money in the Bank? I'm going on the UK tour. Okay, have a good time, dudes. Am I hyped for the show? I am hyped for the show. I think London is always a great crowd. I think that the UK is being treated really well at the moment by wrestling. Obviously, the AEW show, we had Clash at the Castle. We're starting to see, obviously, Money in the Bank come over. I mean, this is our first major show, not counting Clash at the Castle, since, oh God, I couldn't even remember. I mean, might go back to SummerSlam. I mean, this is regarded as one of the big five. So you've got Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, Survivor Series. Those are seen as the big four. But the fifth one that always gets chucked in is Money in the Bank. So, and you can make an argument actually as to which is like bigger than what. Clearly WrestleMania's top. Then I would argue Royal Rumble. Then I would say SummerSlam. And then I reckon it's Survivor Series and Money in the Bank that's like battling it out for the next biggest. So it's a big show. It's a big show. It's got big repercussions as well. Who's going to get that briefcase? Okay, Seth is in the ring and the crowds are singing away. Sing-song time. So we know that we've got Seth against Damian Priest for the World Heavyweight Championship. That's coming up. Don't know if it's coming up now because it says tonight. Okay, so fired up crowd. Good crowd, actually. Good crowds. He's in a gold suit. Welcome to Monday Night Rollins. He's definitely got the crowd fired up. One week as World's Heavyweight Champ has been non-stop, says Seth. I was thinking, when was the last time we had a heavyweight championship match? When was the last time, actually? I don't know when the last time was. He said he had to go way back. It's been nearly 2 years since we had a World Heavyweight Championship match on Raw. Nearly 2 years. Two years is too damn long. And so Seth is giving us one tonight. Cheeky. Seth looking like Macho Man Randy Salvage, says Wayne. Did Seth grab that set of clothes from Becky's closet? He usually does. It looks like he's got those new Apple glasses on. They got unveiled, didn't they? Was it today? They look sick, man. Have you seen them? They look amazing. Virtual reality. So you wear them like this, they're big. Virtual reality. And then if someone comes in the room, you can see them. They kind of step into the virtual reality as them so that you can see and have conversations with them. $3,500 though, apparently. I want to fight the best. So Seth said he wants to fight the best. He says Judgment Day are as good as it gets. He's got gold nail paint on again. I didn't know if that was just a one-time thing. Here's Judgment Day. Okay, here's Damian Priest. Here's Finn Balor. No Dominic or Rhea. Damian Priest making his way down. Seth's like, I was just saying nice things about you. Where's Dom? Where's Rhea? He said, are they over here? Are they over here? Are they under the ring making out? Making babies. Making babies. Do you do everything together? So we've got Damian Priest, we've got Finn Balor. When you're at the playground, does he hold your hand when you go down the slide? Mr. Funny Man? Mr. Funny Man. Went to the comedy store the other day. I saw quite a few Mr. Funny Men. Do you mean comedians? No. I mean Mr. Funny Men. When you go to the bathroom, does he hold your... anyone else think that... I'm not going to say it. Maybe a couple of little things in here that feel a little bit Vince-esque. Everyone you've been in the ring with, you've beat them all, but so have I. No, he didn't. He lost to Bad Bunny. He lost to Bad Bunny. What's he on about? You couldn't beat Bad Bunny in a street fight? That does sound like a put down, doesn't it? You know, John down the road, he couldn't even beat Bad Bunny in a street fight, you know. I don't need Dominic. I like that confidence, says Seth. If it's just you and me tonight, you don't stand a chance. Put your money where your mouth is. Leave your crew in the back. So Seth says, put your money where your mouth is. Leave your crew in the back. You don't get to decide how this goes down, says Finn. Damian accepts. Just brawl already, said Rivy. Finn had a slight side eye when he said he doesn't need Finn, says Modern Mogul. You're going to go down in history with one of the shortest reigns ever, just like Finn. However you slice it, my title reign is way longer than his was. Finn Balor, of course, 24-hour title reign when he became the first Universal Champion. Yeah, I mean, you can laugh about that, but Finn did beat Seth. Kieran said, Seth is making a great stipulation to the match. Talk, says Ovium. Finn is a jobber, said Sam. Seth freaking Rollins. Damian Priest tonight for the World Heavyweight Championship. Blockbuster night, according to Kevin Patrick. Also tonight, we've got Cody Rhodes on Miz TV. Judgment Day show up tonight as JD show up tonight as a new member of Judgment Day. Maybe. I think he's more engaged with a little thing with Dolph Ziggler at the moment, so I don't know if they're gonna just get him through that first. He will join Judgment Day. They've planted the seeds. Right, here's Big Time. Here is Big Time. Coach Co, shout out to you. Coach Co's Big Time. Coach Co said last night's Super Show was excellent. Excellent. Coach Co, hope you well, buds. The reviews are in for last night's Super Show. Right now, we've got Becky against Sonya, I believe. Money in the Bank qualifying match. Becky versus Sonya. Who do you think's going through? Because Becky would feel like the pick. She would feel like the pick. But could we see Trish or Zoe knock her out of this? Who qualifies? Becky or Sonya? I feel like it's Becky, but as I said, equally, I would not be shocked to see Zoe or Trish get involved and cost Becky the opportunity to get into that match. That wouldn't surprise me at all. But if you're doing Money in the Bank, you would think Becky would be there, but you could easily do Becky versus Trish or Becky versus Zoe on that card, as well as the Money in the Bank matches. So it's a tricky one, that one. It's a tricky one. I'm really not sure which way this goes. I think I'd have Becky as slight favourite, but not by much, Not by much. I could definitely see Trish or Zoe getting involved. JB said, I've got Judgment Day fatigue every week. Not one, but 2 or 3 or even 4 segments dominating the show. It's fair. Kian said, Days, would you like to see Stardust against The Fiend? Don't mind, actually. I've said before, I think I would like some redemption for Stardust because I think Stardust is seen as this joke character that was just awful, really cringe and all that kind of stuff. I really think that you could make him a bit like Cody's demon. So, you see, Stardust was unhinged. He was a sandwich short of a picnic, but he never got the wins. He never was given momentum, right? He could have, it's Cody. So you know that he can have banging matches, right? That's not a concern. He can have great matches. But he was never given that opportunity. They had a good little tag run, actually, him and Goldust. That was pretty good. But, that character, I think, was just seen as a mid-card character. I think it'd be very interesting if you made Stardust Cody's darker alter ego that he went to when he just didn't want to be in control. If he's going to lose control and he's going to just completely take himself out of the picture and he just wants to just hurt, then maybe he could turn to that character. You wouldn't have it look exactly the same, I think you could make that character. You could keep the face paint. I don't think that's a problem, but like you'd probably change the ring gear. But I think you could come up with something that takes that character and gives it a bit of redemption. A lot of people would be like, why? There's no point. Don't need to. I certainly don't think we do what we had before. We don't go back to that. We don't go back to that because I don't think the ring attire looked very cool. I think like, you know, the face paint's fine. The name's all right. But I think there's a few barriers that I think a few obstacles you would have to overcome. But I think you could definitely do something. I don't think that's just completely dead in the water. I think you could do something. But it's if you want to bother, do something. You know, that would take a bit of work to really flesh that out and make it work. But yeah, I can't see why you couldn't do something with it. Right, we're about to go back to the action. And as we said, Becky against Sonya. We got the poll on screen. Maka said, would you like to see Balor turn on Judgment Day and go solo or wait for Judgment Day to kick him out? Probably have Judgment Day. Probably have... Oh, I don't know, actually. You could go either way. They're sort of the same thing, really. It's a bit like Sammy, when Sammy was leaving Bloodline. You know, he was goaded into hitting Roman, but technically, he turned on them. But they were just putting so much pressure on him. They were putting him in such an impossible position that, he had to make a choice. Maybe we do something along those lines with Finn. I think if Finn goes, he leaves as a face. So I would probably have them turn on him. Okay, Sonya has made her way down. Let's have a look, shall we, at the current poll. 75% of people think it'll be Becky. 25% think it will be Sonya. Right, Becky with Sonya. We are underway, so 3/4 of people thinking Becky, 1/4 thinking that it will be Sonya. I certainly don't think Sonya wins clean. I certainly don't think that. The question is, will Chelsea get involved? Will Zoe get involved? Will Trish get involved? Becky going over to the corner. Sonya pointing up at the briefcases, which are above the ring. Sonya grabbing Becky and keeping her grounded at the moment. First match, feel like it'll get a bit of time. So Sonya doing a good job of keeping Becky grounded. Becky trying to get back up to her feet. She gets slammed down. Sonya standing on Becky's hair. As Sonya's very much in control at the moment. Forearm strike there by Sonya as Becky goes back against the ropes. Another forearm smash. Becky going over to the other side as Sonya charges over. Back elbow there by Becky. Sonya again charging over. Big boot by Becky. Becky coming back into it. Clothesline. Sonya goes down. Another clothesline. Sonya goes down. Drop kick. Sonya goes down. Kip up there by Big Time. Big Time looking out at the fans. Charging over to Sonya, who's in the corner. Kick coming in there by Becky. Becky looking for a Bexploder. Gets it. Bexploder suplex by Big Time. Days to in that bloated Ted RCD. He is known to be the first man in history to bench press 700 pounds in competition, having established a world record. Check out his wiki picture. Well, we can't right now because we got Trish making her way down. Here's Trish. Here's Zoe. Zoe wearing a thank you Trish shirt. Sonya from behind. Reversal there by Becky. Ooh. Oh, this got interesting. Becky planting Sonya. 1, 2. Kick out there by Sonya. Kick out by Sonya. Sonya rolling out the ring. At the moment, Zoe and Trish are in the entranceway. Sonya rolls out the ring. We're just seeing Zoe and Trish as we go over to commercial break. What do you think now? Is it going to be a case that Becky wins as Trish and Zoe just sort of stand in the entranceway, just nods? Could it be that Zoe goes running down, interferes, and as we said, costs Becky? Could it be along those lines? Oh, it's tasty. Trish is here. Zoe is here. Who would have won the men's and women's? Who would you have win the men's and women's Money in the Bank matches, says Macca Rice. Tricky. I don't know. I think there's a few in the running. I mean, I don't mind. I think I like people that have been waiting. I feel like there's so many people that have been waiting so long to get an opportunity that now that we've got a new world title, I feel like we've got a chance to give people that opportunity, you know? So I'm looking at people like Kevin Owens. I'm looking at people like Sami Zayn. I'm looking at people like Finn Balor. I'm looking at people like AJ. I'm looking at those sorts of names of people that have waited. I mean, Sami has never won a world title in WWE. Kevin Owens, I mean, I couldn't even tell you the last time he held one. I mean, it would be a Universal Championship, maybe around Festival of Friendship. Has he held it since then? I mean, Festival of Friendship, you're going back 2016, something like that. So, like, it's crazy to think about these people that have been on the roster this long that have just waited and waited and waited and waited. So yeah, Nakamura as well. Nakamura's never held a world title in WWE. He has in Japan, and definitely people can say, "Oh, I'm just not feeling Nakamura," and I would understand that because there's not been that sustained push. There's not been that momentum. We haven't presented him right. He struggles with English. He could probably do with a manager or certainly someone that could do some talking for him so that he can just be a badass in the ring. But yeah, I don't think we've presented him very well. But again, the great thing with Money in the Bank is you can put it on someone and then you've got 12 months to build them up. You got 12 months to get them where you want them to be. We do just keep messing up Money in the Bank, though. I mean, we put it on Otis. We put it on Theory. You know, I mean, like, honestly, we haven't done a great job of putting it onto, I would say, the right people. I mean, we put it on Liv, and I've got to say, title reign was just not very good. Again, WWE ruined that, not Liv. WWE ruined that, but still, they managed to ruin it. So, yeah, I mean, I'm looking at those sorts of names. In regards to the women, I feel like Raquel will get there anyway. But Raquel definitely feels like a prospect. I don't think I would go with Shotzi. Don't feel that Shotzi's the right way forward. I think Io could be interesting if you put the briefcase on Io. Again, you haven't got to cash in straight away. You know, you've got 12 months. So Io with that briefcase for 12 months, that could be cool. That could be really cool. So I like the look of Io. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else that's like super deserving. Someone that's maybe a woman that's not really had the opportunity. I mean, Liv got it last year and she's out injured. Otherwise, I think she would be the kind of person, she would be in the conversation. Who's been around for a while that hasn't had much in the way of opportunity? Like, don't feel like we've done much with Shotzi, but if she got it, I wouldn't be too down on it. Because again, we got 12 months to build her up. I wouldn't go with like Chelsea Green. She's too new. I wouldn't go with Candice. She's too new. Nikki Cross has won it, hasn't she, in the past? I wouldn't go that way. Carmella is out for a while. Yeah, I think Io. I feel like Io might be the one. Io for the win says, not, yeah. I think I'm with you on that. Hashtag give Dana Brooke a chance. I think giving her Money in the Bank might be a bit much. I think giving her Money in the Bank might be, I'm all for giving her a chance. Big fan of Dana. I like to see her being used. But yeah, I don't even know that I would give her the Money in the Bank briefcase. Chelsea kicks Becky, hurls Becky in the ring. Knee strike by Sonya. Becky down. 2. Yeah, Becky. I tell you what, the crowd are into this. Chelsea getting involved on the outsides. So, look, Chelsea, big boot by Chelsea as Becky went down. You've still got Zoe and Trish in the entranceway. Becky is certainly got the numbers against her at the moment. This is a potentially life-changing opportunity at stake, says Corey Graves. Okay, so we've got shot coming into the midsection there by Becky. Shot coming back by Sonya. Step up in Zaguri. Becky charging over. Gets dumped to the outsides. Here's Chelsea. Chelsea jumps up. Becky deals with Chelsea. Chelsea comes off. The side of the ring goes crashing down into the barricades by Becky. Becky's got Chelsea Green. She hurls her into the barricade again. Chelsea Green's just getting chucked all over the place, man. Wow. Oh, now Sonya's got into the barricades. Oh, my God. That is a cool spot, man. And again, yeah, there's hair on the floor. Hair on the floor, that barricades. Man, I tell you what, Chelsea Green, yeah! I love this aggression from Becky. It looks awesome. She must have chucked Sonya and Chelsea around about 6, 7, 8 times into that barricade collectively. Roll up by Sonya, 1, 2. Kick out by Becky. Some of these are brilliant, man. I tell you, Chelsea took them like a dream. She hit the top of that barricade quite high at one point. I think she was a bit worried that her Matt Cardonas were going to pop out because she did keep adjusting her top. Oh, a little bit of cheating going on there by Sonya and Chelsea. Sonya using the ropes. Sonya was using the ropes. Chelsea was getting involved. We're continuing on here. It's a great little contest, man. It's a really fun little match, you know. I think if you looked at this on paper, you'd be like, nah, like, you know, whatever. It's going to be Becky. But actually now we're here and you've got all these outside elements and the odds are stacked against Becky. And there's been a few fun little spots. That didn't look great. Sonya just jumped straight into a manhandle slam. That didn't look great. 2, 3. Becky wins. Becky wins. Sonya came off the top. Just, I don't know what she was doing. I hate it when they do that. She went up top. She didn't really go for any sort of move. She just sort of jumped straight into a manhandle slam and gets put away. Fun match, though. It's a fun match. So Becky qualifies. It's a manhandle slam that put it away. Trish and Zoe came out, but they never came down from the entranceway. They just stood and observed as Big Time picks up the victory. Zoe and Trish just exchanging a few words as we see a replay of Smackdown. On Friday night, record numbers gravitated. Coming up next, the Bloodline implodes. Coming up next. Good to see the brand split alive and well as we dedicate part of this show now to looking at what's happening over on SmackDown. Zoe or Trish costs Becky at Money in the Bank and leads to a match at SummerSlam, said Bryson. The Ted RCD wiki picture would be a great thumbnail for your backgrounds. I will show the Ted RCD picture. Looks like a friendly local tradesman. There you go. Hey, how you doing? He's from New York, actually. Yeah, he looks like you. Do you know what I mean? If someone was like, do you know a good tradesman? Do you know a good builder in the area? You'd be like, oh well, there's Ted. I don't know Ted. Yeah, Ted Arcidi is he's a good guy, man. He did my conservatory. Yeah, I've got a picture of him actually. This is it's from his website. Hey. Bang, there we go. He looks like the guy from Matilda, said WWE fam. Is that Becky's dad? That's Becky's dad. Yeah, that's Becky's dad. That's Big Time Ted. Big Time. Hey! Big Time Ted. He's great at conservatories. And, plumbing. He looks like the Bushwhackers' dad. He does look like the Bushwhackers' dad, actually. You could totally see him doing that. Yeah, couldn't you? Yeah, very good. Days, which Drew McIntyre gimmick do you like? The Chosen, the Psychopath, or the Warrior? I like the Warrior. Did you know that Drew is going to AEW? Did you know that rumor? I've heard that rumor, but I don't buy it. I think his contract is coming up. His contract is up in 2024. Last we'd heard before WrestleMania is they hadn't even started sorting the new contract. I think Drew wants to be right up there. He wants to be constantly in main events. He wants to be like Seth. He wants to be, right up there. And they're just not doing that for him. He's being used kind of in rotation along with the likes of Bobby and a few other people. So, he got his Clash at the Castle moment, but, that's coming up to, maybe 12 months ago? 10 months ago, certainly. So it's been a while, actually. I think that he is playing a bit of hardball. I think he's playing a bit of hardball. I think he wants a good number on his contract, and I think he wants certain guarantees. I would imagine that they will come to some sort of agreement eventually. I would be really surprised if he left. Really surprised. Just because I don't think WWE want to lose a name of that caliber and see them go to AEW. And I think he knows that. And I think it's negotiation hardball. Which, can you blame him? A guy in his position that's been built up to the level that he's at is obviously a valuable asset now. And he knows that WWE won't want him to go to AEW. To be honest, I don't think that he would massively move the dial for them, but he would be a name. It's a recent name as well. It's a recent name. It's someone that's been in WWE. He wouldn't be able to use the McIntyre name though. I think it'd have to be Drew Calloway. But even so, it would still be a good pickup for AEW. NXT is going to cook tomorrow, said JM I did see something about, Danny Palmer against Blair Davenport. That is what we've got coming up tomorrow. There's obviously other things as well, but hopefully a good NXT's been doing some good stuff recently, so hopefully tomorrow can continue that trend. Let's go down. Paul, shout out to you, buds. Hope you're well. Paul said you should come back as heel and destroy everyone, especially Seth. Drew should come back as a heel and destroy everyone, especially Seth. Yeah, that'd be good. I'd be down for that. I mean, I'm not a fan of him wandering around with the swords. I wasn't a fan with that. I'm not really into the sword thing. I think him being a heel, having a bit of an edge about him, not caring what the fans think. He's a big guy as well. He's big. He's pretty jacked. He's credible. There's a lot to like about him. So, yeah, hopefully the reason why he's been away for so long now is that we're really just trying to get the right creative for him. And we're just making sure that when he does come back, we've actually got some plans in place. I mean, you might remember they said before WrestleMania they've got the next few months mapped out. They know where they want to go. They know what they're doing and where they're headed and where they're going. And so, hopefully that's the case with Drew as well. Paul said, I meant Drew. Yeah, I got you, buds. I got you. I worked. It wasn't the toughest of things to work out. I didn't need to break out the Enigma machine. We got there, buds. And I agree. Trini said, a lot of the international guys have got US citizenship. It makes their life easier travel-wise as well. Trini, shout out to you. What's this? Trini Keisha Black Barbie. Feel like that's been your name for a while now. Just saying, you might want to think of mixing it up. That's all I'm saying. Maggie said, Days is a great wrestler, but I hate the sword as well. Yeah, I don't mind it as a symbol, like how Triple H has the sledgehammer. But I just think there's been times where he's cut the ropes with it. Or do you remember, was it Shanky that he's scared with it? He was waving it around and Shanky was like, oh. And we were like, Shanky, he's not going to do anything. He's not going to decapitate you live on TV, right? It's not going to happen. You don't need to worry. It's fine. I do understand that a big Scottish guy swinging a sword around, I get that it could be intimidating, right? But we are on TV, being shown around the globe. Let's just say I would be surprised if he decided to decapitate someone with that sword. So, okay, here's Sammy and Kevin. What's your take on what's happening with the bloodline? I hate to say I told you so. Nice to see the Usos do what they should have done months ago. Gentlemen, here's Imperium. Bloodline isn't your problem. We are your problem. We didn't say your name, says Kevin. Don't you have some turtleneck sweater shopping to do? Here's Gunther. Mr. Owens. You need to regain control. You lack discipline. I'm a disciplined man. Looks like I need to teach you. Discipline. There's a ring out there. Oh man, Gunther against Kevin Owens. Let's go to the ring. Let's go. Kevin Owens, man, he's like, right, let's go. I've got a great way of solving problems. It's called a ring. Let's go. Walks off. He is a hothead, isn't he? Okay, Owens has made his way out to the ring right now. Sami Zayn following behind him. Kevin Owens holding up those championship belts. Are we getting KO Gunther now, or is there going to be a swerve? Imagine if we get a proper match between them two and it's long and it's amazing. Just imagine. KO flies off the handlers late. A different attitude. What's up? What's up with that? Says Linda. It's a really good point. It is true. He is flying off the handle a lot more now. I wonder if they're building towards him losing his temper with Sammy or something. It does feel like we are building him as a hothead for some reason. There's going to be a payoff to this hothead gimmick. It's a good point. Kevin Owens has had too much coffee. Inside Out and again said, what if Haku joins the Bloodline as an enforcer? There isn't really a Bloodline now, is there? I think the Bloodline have done. I mean, the Bloodline seems to consist of Roman, Solo, Paul Heyman. I can't see the Usos going back after what happened on Friday. So I think we're done with Bloodline. Maybe, I don't know, will Roman and Solo and Heyman still call themselves Bloodline? Don't know. Breathe, Kevin, breathe, said LD Cool. KO is a natural comedian, said Trini Keisha Black Barbie. Still got that same name, haven't we, mate? Dion said, I want Aleister Black to return and join Judgment Day and be the mastermind of Judgment Day. Chris said, I think Jay is going to choose Roman at this point over Jimmy. Paul said, speaking to Drew, he's on his show talking about Roddy Piper. Yeah, good point. He's on the Most Wanted Treasures show, isn't he? I can't wait to see what happens next. Days this week, Camille reached 2 years as NWA Women's Champion. Wow. That's amazing. I remember waiting for her to get to that title. Now she's had it for 2 years. That is amazing. Very cool. Coach Co said, roll the dough with care, like dreams unfurled, a sprinkle of cinnamon. It's the spice of our worlds. Apples or berries, the choice is yours to make. The filling overflowing, a delight will gladly partake. I feel like that's a poem about a pie. It's made me want a pie now. Apple or berry, the choice is yours to make. The filling overflowing, a delight will gladly partake. Oh. Lovely. There's rumors that Shane McMahon is going to debut in AEW this month. No, there isn't. There's fake news, but there's not rumors. She successfully defended her title last night at the Crockett Cup. Moolah said it seemed like the script was changed right there. Sammy and Kevin must see TV. Not whilst they've got the tag belts for me, because I don't think there's like loads of great tag teams. If they were solo stars, then I would say yes. What I would say is that right now we might be about to see Kevin Owens and Gunther, just to reinforce my point of if they were solo stars. So yeah, this could be a lot of fun. But I don't know. I mean, like, Sammy was must-see when he was in the Bloodline. It's just, it's just not the same. But we knew this. We said this. Here's Caden and Katana video package. Coach Co, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these two. I like them in NXT. NCAA. I didn't know that. The first woman ever to conquer The 14-foot wall on American Ninja Warrior. I like that though. I like the fact that they showed their athletic backgrounds and they've been in NXT so long. I like them. I like them. When you're with us, we bring the party. Caden Carter, Katana chants. Let's go. Kevin Owens against the Hing General. Gunther coming up now, next. Stupid entrance. Kevin Owens calls this a stupid entrance. Gunther. Okay, here we go then. Coach Coach said, make a pie and slice it. Share the sweetness in the air. Wholesome filling, golden crust, a dessert beyond compare. With family and friends, our hearts forever knit. In every bite we take. I don't know what's going on. What's this now? Can I just say, though, I'm all right with this. I'm all right with this. If we're going to be focusing on pies and things like that, I can vibe with that. Coach Co, appreciate the support, dudes. Fill in the chat with sweetness. That's what you're doing right now. Berries and sweetness. Wrestler Andy said, how long do you think Seth's title reign is? It's got to be long enough to keep the belt credible, but not too long that other people get a reign. Yeah, good point. Good points. I think it's tricky because, to be honest, after SummerSlam, which is July, I don't feel like there's a massive show. You can't come at me with Survivor Series. No one gives a flip. I don't give a flip about Survivor Series. Survivor Series is dead. It's dead, mate. Survivor Series is dead. Died a long time ago. We just haven't done anything with it. It's just this weird show that's dead and flat. And honestly, I think we need to call the time of death on it. So when do you do it? I mean, I suppose the thing is, if you're defending it regular, it could happen anytime, anywhere. So I suppose it doesn't necessarily have to be at a big show. But like SummerSlam would seemingly make sense, except for I think that's too soon. If SummerSlam is in July, end of July, which I don't know it is, could be early August. I think that's probably too soon. I think you probably want something like late September, around late September time. So actually, Survivor Series might be a bit too late. I don't think they've come out with the full premium live event schedule, so I don't know what's coming up. Unless we just, presume it's going to be the same as last year. But we had Clash at the Castle last year, and I don't think we're getting that again. So it's going to be different. And there was no December pay-per-view last year, so are we not going to have a December pay-per-view again this year? It's all a mess. It's all one big mess. We just need to bring back In Your House and just get it sorted. Big boot there by Gunther. Lovely German by Gunther as well. Lovely German. Someone laughing at Kevin. That's all I heard in the crowd. Kevin Owens got German suplexed, and all I heard was someone go, big kick there by Owens on the outside. I tell you what, we had a really good match between Becky and Sonya. I tell you, what's it with these barricades as well? They're so wobbly. Kevin Owens just went into that barricade. The whole barricade was like... Got wobbly barricades tonight. Listen, don't say that to a lady in a club. You'll get slapped. You have got some wobbly barricades. Gunther getting back in, big smile on his face. He loves hurting people, just like me. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Survivor Series feels big enough for me. I mean, maybe we could build it up this year and, really do something with it. But that's probably a bit late. So whatever we're going to do around September, late September, be looking at that. And that's, too late for SummerSlam. If SummerSlam's when is SummerSlam? I don't know, I'll just have a look. That one's been announced. SummerSlam 2023. August 5th. Too soon. 2 months. It's not bad, I suppose. 2 months. 2-month title reign. It's not the longest, is it? I would say not before SummerSlam. If it happens at SummerSlam, fine. But I would probably look for just that little bit afterwards. We are at Ford Field in Detroit, Michigan, which can hold... it's where we did WrestleMania 23 back in 2007, and it held 80,000 people. OMG. WrestleMania 23, it held 80,000 people. That is pretty sick, isn't it? So it's going to be a massive, massive show. I wonder who he faces. Do you reckon it'll be him and Drew there? Might be him against Drew. Vince used to sell Survivor Series hard with team captains, said Zoom Station. Nakamura said, Finn has Damian a side eye when you said he didn't need him. What if Damian loses and gets kicked out of Judgment Day with JD taking his place? Maybe. Maybe. It feels a bit quick. I think that it's been a few weeks since he looked at JD. He could definitely have a little look at him again tonight. But I think JD is involved, or at least was. He had a match, didn't he, where he destroyed Dolph. So I'm thinking we might get some follow-up to that this week. So, I don't know. I can't say that I can see him losing Damian Priest, replacing him with JD, tonight. Could it ultimately happen? Sure. Right. WWE on BT Sport. Finn and Dominic would be the least intimidating sounding duo if you took away Priest, says Ray. Big Time said SmackDown hit monster numbers driven by Bloodline. How do you turn those viewers into permanent weekly eyeballs? It's very challenging. It is challenging, but I think you just have to take the where you are, take the win. I think people tuned in to see the next stage in that story, and to be honest, I think they would have been impressed. So it'll be interesting to see how that reflects in next week's, because I don't think they could have done much more than what they did. People tuned in, they got the big rating. As long as they stayed around, and I'm sure they did, see the final segment, I thought it delivered. And so I think people would be satisfied. And so I think people will want to know what the next stage of that story is. So do you announce that there's, Bloodline segment coming up on Friday, or that, something with Romans coming up on Friday? Do you try and capitalize on it? I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? You don't want to overdo it. But, and equally, you haven't got Roman every week, which is a bit of a problem. So it's kind of it's hard. It's really hard. I think the truth is it's probably just going to be a bit of a bump, a bit of an exception. And, you just go back to the next stage of the Bloodline story in a few weeks and potentially you could get it again. But, like, changing that into the number that you get every single week, I think we're a long way away from that. I don't think the rest of the show is strong enough to deliver a number like that every week. Because as we said, Roman's not there every week. And equally, you can't over-rely on it because then people will be burnt out by it as well. So it is tricky. It is tricky. Take the dub. Take the dub. And move on. Kick out by Kevin. Shot coming in there. Nice little match. Hard hit him. Quite the pace in this one. Kevin Owens is down. We just come back from commercial break. Big boot by Gunther. Big boot. Just took Kevin Owens' head off. Kick coming in there by Gunther. Again, Gunther telling Kevin to get back up to his feet. Gunther looks over at Sammy. Pushes Kevin over against the ropes. Kevin, forearm smash there by Kevin. Another forearm smash. Big strikes coming back here by Gunther. God, down goes Kevin. So we've got Imperium enjoying what they're seeing on the outside. Some big, heavy strikes coming in. It's a real treat this to see Kevin Owens in there with Gunther. Gunther going over and looking at Sammy. Kick coming in there by Gunther to Kevin Owens. Owens is down. Gunther turning Kevin over. Imagine if he beats him clean. That'd be so good. Standing on Kevin's head now. Look at this. He's got the Boston Crab applied. Boston Crab is in by Gunther. Kevin Owens is in pain. He's trying to get over to the ropes. Elbows coming in there by Gunther. And pulling back. Crossface applied by Gunther as well. He's got Kevin down. Skim says Gunther. Sammy on the outsides. Banging away. As Kevin Owens is getting back into this. We are nearly an hour into the show. Kevin Owens throwing in some shots. Breaks that hold. Chop coming in there by Owens. Chop coming back by Gunther. Owens goes down. Sammy watching on, looking concerned. Owens trying to get back up to his feet. Gunther looking for a suplex. Can't quite get it. Tries again, but can't get it. Shots coming in by Owens. Owens can't get the suplex either. Ah, big clothesline. Down goes Owens. Gunther looking so good here. So nasty. And again, taking his time, walking round as Kevin Owens is down. Gunther grabbing Owens. And short arm clothesline. Down goes Owens. Sammy looking concerned on the outside. Gunther constantly is very slow, very methodical, taking his time. Bang. Bang. Now he's grabbing Kevin. Looking to pick him up as Sammy is banging on the edge of the ring. Gunther. Ludwig enjoying it. Clotheslines being exchanged here by both competitors. Kevin Owens really throwing them in, but look at this back and forth at the moment. Owens duck underneath by Gunther. German suplex. German suplex. Goes for a big clothesline. Owens with a suplex. Getting German suplexed. Owens down. Gunther down. Oof, yeah, that is a nasty impact, man. He took it really well. And then Owens responds with one. This is madness, says Corey Graves. Gunther is... Oh, God. I mean, he's going to be a world champion multiple time, but who's going to beat him? Shot coming in there by Owens. Forearm strike coming back by Gunther. These shots being exchanged by both guys. Big chop coming in there by Gunther as Owens goes down. Kick to the back of the heads. Now Gunther inviting Sammy into the ring. Don't worry about it, says Sammy. Don't worry about me. Kicks coming in by Gunther. Quite disrespectful. I was at WrestleMania 23, said BB Ipsy. Really cool. Mick Foley was outside talking to everyone. Had a 10-minute conversation. That's awesome. That's awesome. Gunther back in the corner. Kevin Owens gonna look for the cannonball. Yes. Connects. 1, 2. Gunther kicks out. I think I'm right in saying no one has pinned Gunther on the main roster. So this would be big if Kevin Owens could do it. Certainly had no fear. Cannonball connected, but I was trying to hear if we had a "This is awesome" chant. Oh, sleeper applied. Sleeper. Owens gets out of it. Oh, lovely drop kick. Lovely drop kick by Gunther. Owens. He's in the powerbomb. No success. Forearms being exchanged. This feels like a proper scrap, done it? A proper fight. Beautiful. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Gunther. Oh, we eating good here, man. We eating good. So good. Fisherman Buster. Looks like a brain buster, the way that he drove him down onto his head. Chop coming in there by Gunther. Right, we're over in the corner. It's really good, isn't it? Best match on Raw in a long time, said Christopher. 1, 2. Shoulder up by Kevin. I mean, this is going to be to the surprise of nobody, this kind of a match. The only question was, would they give them time? And they have. Oh, knees up by Owens. Knees up by Owens. Gunther in trouble. Gunther in trouble. Oh, my God. Owens. Oh, he's connected on Gunther. 2. Oh, shoulder up, man. Shoulder up. Oh, my God. That really felt like it was going to be it. The shocked faces in the crowd. Look at this from Gunther. Gunther with a splash. Knees up by Owens. Owens responds. Comes crashing down onto Gunther. Can only get the 2. Crowd are making so much noise. Giovanni Vinci up on the edge of the ring. Sammy unloading on Giovanni Vinci. Ludwig coming over. There's a big brawl on the outsides. Owens is out there. Sammy out there. Where's Gunther? Gunther is still down. Oh, stunner. Stunner. Roll up by Gunther though. 1, 2. Gunther steals it. It's a great match. It's a great match. Wow, man. It's a great match. Crowd are booing. It's probably the finish they had to do. I don't think you're going to have Gunther take his first pinfall loss on a random episode of Raw. But equally, you want to protect Kevin as well. And yeah, this is the way it plays out. But Great match. Some great sequences at the end. Gunther wins. Hated that finish, but it had to be done, said Bismo. Respect me. Oh, banger. Mitchell said that was a banger. It was a banger. Banger. Outside interference then is what did it, but call up your friends, call up your family, call up your neighbors. We just saw a banger on Raw. It's just a bit of a shame that's not a pay-per-view and it's not a better finish, but to be honest, I do wish that we saw heels winning clean more often. I would have loved Gunther to just beat Kevin there. You know, because it would have been fun. Kevin could have said, I didn't even know I was facing Gunther this week. I had literally no minutes notice. So, you know, to beat someone of that caliber, you know, and I need to prepare next time. That guy is the real deal. Like, you could easily sell it that way. No shame in losing to Gunther clean. This Friday. Jay'll do what he always does. Fall in line. Friday night SmackDown. Right, coming up next, we've got Ronda and Shayna, the new women's tag team champions. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Cynthia says, do you think Jay will leave Roman or stay with Jimmy? It can go either way. Wrestling Stats said if Gunther holds the IC title till October, he will be the longest reigning IC champion, beating Honky Tonk Man's records. Carla said, I really don't know. It's just another repeat of the Bloodline, another group using their friends to win a match. Christopher said Gunther to beat Seth for the belt, and that hurts me saying that, but the guy is amazing. Sonny said, anyone think Becky is going to cost Zoe her match? She could do. Definitely could do. Fantastic match, says Ryan. Undertaker entrance at Mania is next level, says A.B. Jobson. Whatever match they changed for it, it was probably better than the original booked match, says WWE fan. Could you really call it a banger? It's another repeat of the Bloodline of every other group that's been on wrestling, says Carlos. Yes, the match itself, the back and forth, is a banger. The finish to the match is a bit flat and disappointing. But that doesn't change the, 10 minutes or so that we had before it, which was back and forth, hard hitting, a real contest. I think this is where a Gunther match on Raw differs to one on a pay-per-view. I don't think you would necessarily get that finish at a pay-per-view. I think they'd be more willing to give Gunther the clean win. If this was SummerSlam, I think, you might see a bit of outside interference, but I think by and large, Sammy would probably deal with that. And I think we would get down to, everyone being away from ringside, and I think we would get down to Gunther picking up the clean win. But, I think the 10 minutes that preceded it were fantastic. Really edge of the seat stuff. That sequence in particular where Gunther comes off the top for the splash, doesn't get it. Then Kevin goes up top, hits the bomb, goes for the cover. Crowd are going bananas. The finish doesn't undo all of that for me. Wrestling Stats said, my dream for Gunther is he loses the IC title at Survivor Series in a triple threat where he doesn't get pins, wins the Rumble, beats Rollins at WrestleMania to win the World Heavyweight Championship. Will he have broken the record by them? By Survivor Series? I really want him to break the longest reigning IC champion record. So if he's done it by Survivor Series, I can go with that. And I do like him losing the belt without being pinned, to be honest, in a triple threat. I'm down for that. I can vibe with that. But I do really want him to break that record. It's October he breaks it. All right. Yeah. Okay. I can vibe with that then. I can vibe with that. The other thing that's great about that is that if you break the record, I really don't think you should break it by much, because we will find ourselves in the near future in the position where we want to try and break it again. And so you really don't want someone look at the problem that Bruno is causing now. Bruno had a 7-year title reign, which might have been great at the time because we weren't really thinking about records. We weren't really thinking about that. It was all about who's the champ right now. But, modern wrestling, there's a lot more about breaking records. And how are you going to ever break Bruno's? So that's a bit of a problem. So I think as soon as he does break the records, I think, yes, get the belt off him as soon as you can, because he's broke the records and we do need to leave it there so it can be broken again easily in the future. Right. How dare you talk about the Ring General? So Imperium are getting in the face of Riddle. What are you going to do about it? Wow, Riddle. Okay, I like this. This is a bit different from Riddle. Riddle with an ankle lock being applied. It's like a more aggressive Riddle. This isn't a Riddle that's like, bro, like cereal, when you put the cereal in the bowl and you put the milk in with the bowl, how you get a meal. Like, don't you think that's amazing? Yeah, that's this. More of this Riddle, please. That ankle lock being applied. This is yeah, we could get somewhere with that Riddle. So we're seeing a replay of last week. William said, shout out to Keisha, F them up, Riddle. Shout out to Keisha, F them up, Riddle. Shout out to Keisha, TikTok. Right, we're backstage with Byron Saxton. Ronda Rousey. Shayna Baszler. What does it mean to be the new women's tag champs? I like these two as tag champs. No longer will this division be an afterthought? Oh, no! Oh! I like these two. Oh, they ain't going to beat Ronda and Shayna, though, are they? Did we go to Munchkinland? They are small. Ronda said, I'm really impressed with your stupidity. It's their first appearance on Raw. Okay, Shayna said, I'd call it bravery. Okay. Yeah. We'll let Pierce know about your death wish, and we'll see you in the ring. Are we in Munchkinland? I wish we were. Right, here we go. Ronda and Shayna. Come on, man. It's a credible team. This is a credible team. When they come walking out, they're credible. You look at them two, you go, yeah, they should be women's tag champs. If that's what they want, they should be women's tag champs. Oh, no. I think I'd like to see them. You know how Ronda likes to put a bit of face paint on. I think I'd like to see them do a little bit of like some sort of face paint where they've got one design. Yeah, the Usos did that. They had like face paint on the one side, the other one had face paint on the other. I'd look at something like that. I'm thinking like Legion of Doom. Not the spikes, but like maybe they could both have like certain designs or something. Feel like it just... I like the way they come out. I like the music. I like the attitudes. Ring gear could be better. Entrance gear could be better. It feels like they're just missing something. I'm not sure what it is. Gunther will have to hold the title another 175 days to break the record, says BB Yipsy. All we need is to have Odyssey Jones debut now. I got a question. Gunther against Roman against Seth versus Omega. Who would you have in that fatal four-way? Can't answer it, but said earlier, like when it comes to who wins this, you need to know what promotion is booking it, who's champion going in, who's recently been champion. Like, for example, if in that scenario, Gunther, Roman, Seth have all, been champ and Omega hasn't, and we're booking this in, say, AEW, then I'd say Omega, but then, like, equally, I could give you a scenario where I would go with Roman, or I could give you a scenario where we go with Seth, or I could give you a scenario where we go with Gunther. Like, you need, there's a few pieces of the puzzle missing before you can say who wins. For example, if that match was being booked in after SummerSlam, maybe like September time, I think we haven't had Roman go away yet, and there was rumors that Roman was going away after WrestleMania. So I'd have to think Roman's going away at some point this year, and so you'd have to put that into your consideration as well. But my prediction is Katana and Kaden to win if it's non-title, and then they earn their title match and lose, says Maka. I can see that. Yep. I can see that. Ronda and Shayna Baszler will win, says Nicholas. Well, I'll tell you what. I don't know if this is title match. I don't think, did they announce it as a title match? Because again, just like we just said with that last one, that changes things, doesn't it? If it's a title match, I don't see Kaden and Katana winning. If it's non-title, then I think there could be a bit of a shock. Please do not put Omega, anyone but Omega. James said, if I was Ronda, I'd be ashamed to have certain people be a fan. Oh, who? Who? Many are saying the Bloodline story is the best in history. I'd say Undertaker Kane's the greatest story. Which is the best story? I would say Bloodline. But it's not the story that's had the biggest impacts. You'd have to look at Stone Cold and Vince for that. But yeah, I think for me this is so much richer. Undertaker and Kane is quite a simple story, in the sense of, Undertaker's a massive superstar, and did you know he's got a brother? What? And just from that, you go into the story. But I mean, if you follow like the actual back and forth, it wasn't as detailed, or as, I would argue, as even as interesting as what the Bloodline story has been. So for me, this is the better story. Right, here we go. I love their music as well. I'm glad they kept it. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, I thought they'd have like the big shooting, like smoke guns and everything. What's going on? They normally come out with like shh, dun, 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 dun. Whoop, whoop, whoop. You know, like shooting T-shirts in the crowd. They're talking about how they bring the party. Where's the flipping party? Oh, man, they've done them dirty. Done them dirty. It's the first time we're seeing them. They should definitely be coming out with things that shoot things. I love these two. Go on, girls! Go on, girls! Dun 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 dun. Could have been loads of people that came out with like glow sticks. But no, they came in just their blue ring gear. Right, we are underway. Kaden and Katana against Ronda and Shayna, and we are 8 minutes from the halftime scores. Kaden in the ring, gets the rope, slides underneath the ropes, trips over Shayna. Look at some of the tag work between these two. These two have been together for so long down in NXT that they've really got like tag wrestling down. They've got some lovely little routines. Who's for Ronda as Ronda gets into the ring, kicks Kaden to the midsection. Lovely throw. Oh, so good. Kick to the midsection there by Katana. Kicks Ronda in the face. Kaden to the outside. Back elbow by Ronda. Ronda moves out the way. Knee strike coming in there by Ronda. Ronda looking for a draping armbar. Love it. She did that to Liv at SummerSlam. Oh, kick coming in there by Kaden, though. Kaden. Whoa! Crossbody. Katana. She comes crashing down onto Ronda. Katana over the top. Spinning away. She comes crashing down onto Ronda. Shayna's down on the outsides. Shayna coming over. She gonna interfere? She grabs the arm of Katana. Ooh. Ronda in the ring right now. She's with Katana. She used to be Casey Catanzaro. She's been in the Rumble a few times. Over. Nice. Ooh. Kick to the midsection. 1, 2. Kick out. James said, what did you think of Brett Owen feuds? Yeah, brilliant. Love it. Definitely have that in the conversation as well for like one of the best stories that was told. And obviously, you know, in there you've got the WrestleMania 10 match. I will say I did watch, it's a good few years ago now, but I did go back and watch their cage match from SummerSlam. It's very highly regarded. But not really spoken about as much as the WrestleMania 10 match. But I didn't think it was as good. It was a bit of a disappointing watch, to be honest, because there was a lot of going over and climbing up and climbing out, and the crowd are like, oh. But when you know who wins, none of that has any impact. You know, if you watch a good move, a hard-hitting move, it's always going to be a hard-hitting move. You know, if there's like a knee strike to the midsection and you go, ooh, every time you watch it, chances are you're still going to go, ooh, God, that is, ooh. So it's still going to have that effect. If you watch a cage match when someone's trying to escape and you're like, oh my God, he's getting out, he's getting out, he's getting out. Once you know who actually wins that match, it doesn't hit the same. So I think if you see it for the first time, it's a really good match. But I think once you know the result, it doesn't age very well. But no, it was a really good story. It was around when I was a kid. So followed that week in, week out, and some lovely little twists in it as well. It is a really good story. I'd say it was probably the best of that kind of 94 time period, with them working together at the Rumble, being turned on, heading towards that match at WrestleMania 10. Owen winning King of the Ring, calling himself King of Hearts. Into the corner goes Ronda. We've got Katana going up. We're still underway with this match at the moment. Shayna's been dealt with. Katana, comes down on Ronda. 2. I thought she got it. I thought she'd got it. I swear the ref counted 3. Did he not count 3? I swear he counted 3. This is another good match, you know. Listen, Kaden and Katana are really good. And look at that beautiful 450 comes landing onto Ronda. Drop kick there by Kaden on Shayna. Crossbody by Katana. 2. Kick out by Ronda. Ronda grabbing the leg of Katana. Ankle lock applied. Ankle lock applied. Katana trying to get over to the rope. She gets dragged back into the middle. She rolls out of it, though. Good work by Katana. Double knees. Ronda goes shooting back into the corner. In comes Shayna. Back elbow there by Katana. Roll through. I think she's still feeling the effects of the ankle lock, to be honest. 1, 2. Kick out by Shayna. Shayna, though, with Kaden. Nice suplex. Kaden is down. Kaden is down, and Shayna grabs Kaden. Takes her down to the ground. She's in trouble. I think she's going to have to tap. She does tap. And there we go. It is a win, a submission victory for Ronda and Shayna. Oh. I mean, honestly, Kaden and Katana are good, and they're going to be a good team. I don't know that this is how... I don't know this is how we should have debuted them, though. It was a very good performance. I don't think they lose much from this. There's Ricochet. Here's Bronson Reed's. Someone around here must really like you. So Ricochet won his qualifying match. Bronson Reed lost his. Bronson Reed's like, I beat you. Someone around here must really like you because I'm not in Money in the Bank, but you are. Here's Shinsuke. Where are we? We are at halftime scores. As soon as it gets to the next commercial break, we'll do it. Next time, it'll be a very different result, said Bronson. He walks away. Ricochet. I'm not going to give you anything but a nail. Big talk, Ricochet. Let's see if you can prove it in the ring. So I think we're getting Ricochet against Nakamura now. Ricochet, Nakamura. I tweeted you something. You'll see what I mean. James, shout out to you. It's a long read. Is that a DM? I don't know. I can see a lot of bad language. Where's that from, James? That looks like it's from someone's DMs. Right, we've got Ricochet in the ring. I emailed you a couple of face paints for Ronda and Shayna. They're pretty wicked. Yeah, I reckon we could do something there. You see, when Ronda does a bit of face paint thing, first one's a bit too Finn Balor. First one looks like Finn, the demon's mouth, but just kind of covering the face. The other one's a bit too far. I think that the face paint on that is a bit too much. It's a bit too kind of the way the one picture looks just like the demon's kind of mouth with the tongue coming out. I'd say it's probably a bit too close to the demon. The other one, it looks like it's took hours and hours and hours because you've got like flesh and like bits of skin still there, and like you can see like muscle, cheek muscles, and everything. I think that's too much. I mean, what I'm talking about is Legion of Doom, or like, you know, or like Animal or Ultimate Warrior. Just like a very simple design that's I think you could maybe do something with. Raw looks like it's going to get some solid match. Oh, yeah, hang on. We said we'd do some halftime scores. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody. It's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, Kaz said 6.5. Leonard says 8. Sonny said 7. David says 7. WWE AEW fan said 6.5. Alex says 8. WWE fan 1000, 8.6. Ryan said 7.75. Big Time Back said 7. Derek says 10. LD Cool said 7. JM Beer says 9. Alessandro says 8. JB said 6. Decent matches. Nothing much going on storyline wise. Stone with a, was that 7.25? Carlos San Andreas with a 7. Bad Karma with a 5. James with a 9. Jeff with a 6. McLean with a 7. Moolah with a 7. Zoom Station with an 8. Ronnie with a 7.25. Justin, shout out to you. Ezra with an 8. Trey 6.35. Vishal with a 7. Megan with an 8. Trini, Keisha, Black Barbie. I couldn't get past the name, to be honest. Rob's with an 8. Travis with a 7.5. Norma with a 5. Shahib said, great show, 10 out of 10. David said, I'm at a 7. Kieran says 9. Raya is Liv said 8.9. Samantha said 7.75. Pradeep says 8.5. AB Jobson said decent show, 7. Jordan with a 7. Oh, here's Johnny. Right, we are back from commercial break. So a few mixed scores in there. John. I like these video. When do we ever see these video packages? When I got a tryout at NXT, I was told there was no place for me there. Five years later, I was the face of that brand. Johnny Wrestling. Go. So go ahead, underestimate me. Because that's where I thrive. Nice. I might not be the biggest. The Johnny Gargano story is just getting started. I like that video package. I like that video package a lot. Do you know what? Those little video packages, I really think they do achieve something because, you know, you've got Johnny there saying, listen, I got told in NXT I wouldn't make it. 5 years later, I was the face of the brand. If you're underestimating me, keep underestimating me because that's when I thrive. That's nice, isn't it? That's good. We don't do these kinds of video packages, but we saw one for Caden and Katana earlier, and now we just got one here for Johnny. Right. Here is Shinsuke. Defcon Eric, Pirate King Jack Adventures says, any opinions on MLW toy line? Shout out to y'all. I haven't seen it, but I don't really pay attention to anything outside of WWE. I do see the occasional AEW figures getting shown off, but I haven't seen MLW figures. Have they been shown off today, have they? Is it something that I need to search up? I'll Google it. I'll Twitter it. Nakamura in the ring then. Hammerstone. I mean, I can see them here, and I don't know who that is. Who flips that? Let me see if I can find it on screen. Bum, 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 bum. Ra-pa-pa-pa-bum, bum. Lizard Man. Everybody loves the Lizard Man. Can't comment on that because I don't know who that is. Is that Fatu? Jacob Fatu? Looks okay. I like that one. I think that looks good. I really like the detail in the beards, like the slight grey hair and everything. And the face looks really good as well. That's Hammerstone, who's been around for quite a while now in MLW. There was a buzz around him 4 or 5 years ago. Really thought he might make his way to WWE at some point, but seemingly is quite happy in MLW. That's good. I like that one. And then they've got a carrion cross, but I don't think that looks very good. I don't think that looks... tattoo detail's good. But I don't know about the face. The face isn't really doing it for me. So I don't know if there's any others outside of that, but... yeah, I don't think that... I'm not getting really... I think we could definitely do a better carrion than that. But that's good. It's a bit Edge-esque, isn't it? Jake said, one of my NXT dream matches right here. Dream match. Dream match. Jake, shout out to you, buds. We've just gone to what I like to call a commercial break. So we are at commercial break at the moment. That's good. That is Defcon. I appreciate that. I have not seen those. Steve said, do you think we will get a shot at the IC title? Do you think KO will get a shot at the IC title since Imperium keeps intruding? He could do. I mean, someone needs to challenge for it. So, yeah, we certainly do seem to be in a feud. But I can't tell if this feud is more going to lead to a tag title match rather than Kevin getting an Intercontinental title match. Could also be Sammy. I mean, Sammy could be the one to step up and challenge Gunther for it. So, yeah, Kevin, Sammy, I'm here for either of those matches. But equally, this could just be to set up Ludwig and Giovanni for a tag title match. Real Kyle said, this crowd is dead. Moolah said, the lizard guy is Mads Kruger. Thank you. Ezra said, do you think Apollo Crews challenges Gunther? I hope not. Well, I mean, he could. I don't really see that as a very exciting. I suppose, though, it could result in a good Apollo Crews match, and that would be welcome. So, yeah, I suppose he could. There's other people I would much rather see, though, to be honest. Halftime score, 10 out of 10. I finished in the top 5 in the UFC game. I did what Sonny has never done. Apollo Crews is boring, said Big Time Baxter. Michael said Johnny needs the same treatment LA Knight got with the fans. Matches were match of the night in 2019. Yeah, well, we do need to get going with him. I think the problem with Johnny is the fact that he is just... we haven't really got anything planned for him as a solo star. Seemingly, we haven't. He's doing stuff with Dexter. Then he's doing now stuff with The Way. There's a rumor that we're about to bring in Tommaso again so that we can do DIY. So, do you know what I mean? Like, he needs a run of singles matches. But I think they are looking to still just introduce him to the wider audience. I think if you are aware of him from NXT, you like me, you just want to get going because you know what he can do in the ring. But it feels like this is the problem with NXT is that because it's not viewed by loads of people, it's its own little world. And it feels like now we have to start again and get him over again and tell stories we maybe have already told again and do everything again. So I feel like in many ways, if you watch NXT, you sort of get a bit punished because for us, we're halfway through the book. But for a good chunk of people that are watching Raw, the book's only just been opened. So we want to get to the, you know what I mean, the good chapters. The stuff where, the boobs start coming out and everything, that stuff, yeah? But instead, all these MFers are sat there and they're still at Once Upon a Time. They've just, do you know what I mean? They're reading the foreword. So, we're going to get DIY. We're going to get The Way. I'm down for all of that because I like DIY and I like The Way, but I have seen DIY and I have seen The Way. And we've ticked those boxes. And we can go back to them and do them on the main roster, but yeah, it just means you have to wait that little bit longer for Johnny as a single star, I think. Doesn't matter. It's all good. The Way was great. DIY was great. Johnny is great. I'll take it. I just hope that it's not going to be the exact same story where the DIY get together, they do well in the tag division, Tommaso turns on Johnny, we then get a series of matches, blah, 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 blah. The women's tag match was entertaining, said LB. Very good. I think the crowd might be a bit burnt out in this one, to be honest. Ricochet charging over, collides into Nakamura, who moves out the way. Big knee strike by Shinsuke. El Sean said, what's your opinion on why so many crowds are often dead for Raw and SmackDown? I think that there's a lot of matches that don't necessarily mean much, like this match right here. This match doesn't mean anything. It doesn't matter who wins. It's hard to get invested in a match that doesn't mean anything. That last match, for example, that was the first time we were seeing Kaden and Katana. So that was our introduction to them. Plus also, Ronda and Shayna are really hated. So they've got good heel heat. People just don't like them and want to see them lose, basically. So it does bring people into that match. I don't know that people have really big feelings on either of these two at the moment. And equally, this match doesn't really mean too much. So unless it's just going to be an absolute banger, it is going to be harder to get people invested into this. The Kevin Owens against Gunther match, Gunther's never been pinned. It mattered. If Kevin Owens had beaten him, that would have been significant. That would have mattered. The opening match was a Money in the Bank qualifier, and it looked like Becky was going to get screwed over. This is I think the crowd's been quite good. But as I said, I think that Raw has given them things to get behind and be invested with. Bronson Reed's in the ring now. Bell sounded. So Bronson Reed colliding into... So it's, I'm guessing, a DQ, double DQ. So boos for Bronson. Bronson splashes onto Nakamura whilst he had Ricochet on his back. Bronson collides into Ricochet. I mean, what I'll say is I think WWE know there wasn't much to this match, and so it was kept short, and now we've got some post-match activity with Bronson Reed getting involved. Bronson Reed is a menace, says. The crowd was saying one more time. He splashed Ricochet and the crowd are like, one more time, one more time. He's like, nah. And so now he's getting heel heat. Smile on his face. Okay. Oh, yeah, this is Valhalla chasing Maxine Dupree. She did the thing, didn't she? She did the kick. She couldn't believe it. Maxine running away from Valhalla. Let's see, where we going? Mr. Members chat. Oh, thank you. Rivy, hello, buds. Hope you're well. Rivy said, big up days. Big up to you as well, my friend. I hope you're enjoying Raw. T-Rex, shout out to you. Appreciate the kind words, my friends. Otis. Okay, we're backstage with Alpha Academy. Maxine. Otis is the reason why we came together. If you're going to be an alpha doesn't run from a fight. Did you not see her outfit? Okay, so Otis has been reading up on Viking literature. What did you learn? Chad said, I think you might be ready, but we can't start training with you dressed like this. Okay, so they're going to start training Maxine. Oh, there's Cody. Cody backstage. The American Nightmare is going to be on Miz TV coming up next. Miz TV coming up next. Cody Rhodes walking around backstage. It looks like he's got one of those gloves when you have got like a bird of prey and they come and land on your arm. He looks like he's got one of them on. It's a cast, actually. Yipsy said, Days, look at the middle photo. Avatar could be perfect. Look at the middle photo. Avatar could be perfect. Look at the middle photo. Avatar could be perfect. I don't know what that means. Ah. Okay. Yes. But it's unfortunately it's a thumbnail. So when I click on it, it takes me to a video. So I don't know that I can like show it as a picture. Yeah. It looks quite it looks, the only downside, this is really difficult because I would say that these ones look a little bit Viking Raiders. So it's just one color. It's much better, much more in line with what I was thinking. It's one color, it's blue, and it's just got like lines kind of like coming down off the eye type thing, which much, much better. But just looking at the color choice there, it does feel a bit Viking Raiders. So I would say that's much better, much more in the ballpark of what I was thinking, but I don't think it's quite there yet. But yeah, I'm sure there could be something. I'm sure there'd be something that's, you could do just to kind of give them a little something. Tharuka, shout out to you. I hope you're well. Riot is Liv said, do you think Katana Kaden will eventually win the tag titles? Yes, 100%. Don't know that it'll be anytime soon, but they are a proper women's tag team. They have been together years and years down in NXT. The mountaintop for them too. I mean, I'm sure individually they would like to win the women's titles, but they absolutely will want those women's tag belts. And to be honest, the women's tag division is not the most competitive. So now you've got an actual bona fide women's tag team. Unless you're going to split them off and do solo stuff with them, which would be crazy considering the amount of time they've spent as a team, the amount of stuff that they can do. They're really good at like working little sequences, like little fast movements together, like team moves. So yeah, absolutely. They are definitely a team that I would be looking to put the belts on. Right. They'll probably win in 4 years after Ronda and Shayna, says Carlos. Do you remember Mojo's cracking face paint? Yes. Why did he have that? Am I remembering him talking in the mirror correctly? Was that him that used to do that? Someone used to be backstage talking in a mirror. And I think it was him. And I think he had like Bull Nakano sort of face paint. That was weird. That was a bit strange. We're back. We are back. Trina, shout out to you. When does Bron Breakker get called up? What would you have of his first feuds? First feud, I think, should be something he can win, to be honest. So I don't think his first feud needs to be anything that adventurous. We've said quite a few times, moving from NXT to the main roster is hard. It's a big move. So you want someone that knows. This is why like Dolph, Natalia are just so good, because even though they just there to get beat, you know what their job is. It's to bring people in, friendly faces. They're not going to do anything in the ring that's going to be reckless. It's going to be comfortable to work with them, get you settled in. So, you're probably looking at someone along those lines, a Dolph, which is really boring, but you need a face that you can win against, basically. You need a face that can hold their own in the ring, that's a bit of a veteran, that you can get a win against. Okay, here is Cody then being introduced. We are sneaking our way towards the final hour. We've had 2 hours of Raw. It's gone really quick, actually. Doesn't feel like we've had 2 hours. American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, coming out on Miz TV. Cody TV. Miz TV with Cody. Right, here he is with his arm in that cast. Do you like my idea of one wearing red, the other wearing blue to represent both belts as champions? Yes, that's a good idea. I do like that. One in red, one in blue. They represent both brands. Love it. I wish that Dolph could do something interesting. Maybe he needs to go to AEW, said John. Yeah. It'd be interesting to know, actually, how much they would offer him. Look at the Miz. Singing and dancing in the ring. That's pretty fun. Why is he doing that? Miz is having a good time. Singing away, dancing away, jumping around. So Cody making his way out, getting a nice reaction. Look at Miz still dancing away. He loves it. He loves it. Corey said the shadow of the beast Brock Lesnar still looms. What? Okay, let's go. I started my ref. What, you've started to be a ref? Good luck to you, my friends. Right, Cody in the ring. Cody has got to finish his story. Miz is trolling. Best dressed wrestler. He looks great, doesn't he? He does look great. I agree. Okay, so Cody then in the ring. There's a couple of chairs. I don't know why Miz is in such good spirits, but he seems to, perhaps it's because he's back on the show. And I don't feel like I've seen Miz in a few weeks. Well, I have, but I think he's just been in like a match. Shall we start, says Miz? You look dashing. Nice words. You challenged Brock, who beat you at Night of Champions, who broke your arm. Don't you think that's kind of stupid? First question, straight out the gate. Oh, Cody called him Mike. And Miz is like, in this ring, I'm the Miz. Mike, 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 Mike. Crowd are chanting Mike now. He doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. You know a bit about that. He says, I heard that it took balls. Now we got tiny balls breaking out. This is pretty fun, isn't it? This is pretty fun. I just feel there's a bit of needle between these two. I like it. We love a bit of drama. We love surprises. Oh. Oh. Miz has got a surprise. A multi-generational talent. Surprise guest. Brilliant. Brilliant. He is arguably the hottest superstar in all of WWE. Dominic Mysterio. Here is Rhea and Dom Dom. Crowds are booing away. Loud boos for Dominic Mysterio. Here is Rhea and Dominic. Oh, yeah, we've still got that. I forgot. We still got that WWE World Heavyweight. I forgot we had the World Heavyweight Championship match. Okay, so Rhea is here. Dom is here. Miz is still dancing away. Miz having a great time. Dom is the biggest heel, says PT. Dom for Money in the Bank. Oh, God. Well, I'll take it over Logan. That's a rumor that's done the rounds. You suck. You suck. You suck. Loud you suck chants. Where do you rank Miz all time? To me, he's the GOAT of the mid-card. The GOAT of the mid-card. That's interesting. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, I feel like he deserves a place on the Mount Rushmore of mid-card. Mount Rushmore mid-card, Miz goes on it. So I would agree. Coach Co said, I'm not sure why the Miz is so upbeat after his loss to Seth Rollins yesterday. Perhaps he didn't want to win, Coach Co. Don't boo Dom, says Cody. Come on, guys. Don't boo Dom. Rhea said, sit down, shut up, show some respect to my Latino heat. And you know what? Cody just sat down. Cody just sat down. Cody does what Rhea says. Loud boos, man. Loud boos. Mental. Look, Cody can't hear him. Cody can't... Miz can't hear him. You're just a little birdie with a broken wing, says Dom getting frustrated at the fans. I watched you rattle on this long list. They're still booing, aren't they? Oh, God, it's so good. Wow, the heat. You've got a baby girl. You should be at home. But instead you're here. And you're just like Ray, my deadbeat dad. You've got a baby girl. You should be at home. But you're just like Ray, my deadbeat dad. Cody. I've got a ton of empathy for you. Talks about doing hard times in prison. You've got a worse prison tattoo than mine. Cody said that Dom against his dad was like a public spanking. Oh! None of us are perfect. I know that Ray has made some terrible mistakes, and I know that because I'm looking at one. Man down! Oh my God, there's a man down! Save yourselves! Save yourselves! Dominic slaps Cody. Dominic slaps Cody. Rhea gets in the way. Come on, you deadbeat. Smile on the face of Rippers. Rippers backs away. So Dominic gets to slap him. Wow. Great. That was just a fun segment. See, it felt well written. You're a deadbeat dad, just like Ray said, Rippers. You're a deadbeat dad, just like Ray. I hope that one hurt. Miz laughing away. Miz gets walloped with the cast. He gets knocked out colds. Cody knocks out Miz. Dom doesn't care. Tell you what, Cody's in trouble now. It's one thing to pick on Brock, but you don't start a fight with Dominic Mysterio. You don't start a fight with Dominic Mysterio and expect to walk away from it. He is in big trouble. He is in big trouble. He told Brock where he could find him. He told Brock all the dates. Come and find me here. Come and find me there, Brock. Are you satisfied, Brock? Is this how you want it to end, Brock? He hasn't done any of that with Dominic. He hasn't done any of that with Dominic. He don't want that smoke. He don't want that smoke. Dominic Mysterio is the American Nightmare's nightmare. Boom. Boomer said that was a teachable moment. Justin said, if Cody doesn't win Money in the Bank, then how do you see him getting back to face Roman, winning the Rumble again? Yeah, winning the Rumble would look like probably the most obvious way. To be honest, I mean, as we're getting closer to SummerSlam, I'm getting less and less confident that the plan is to do Roman against Cody. I think Cody's the one, so I think we might have to wait till WrestleMania 40. I think we're looking at WrestleMania 40. So, yeah, him winning the Rumble might do it. I don't know what happens if he wins, say, Elimination Chamber. I mean, if someone wins the Rumble and then challenges Seth, then do we do an Elimination Chamber to find Romans? I mean, obviously, it might not be Seth that's got the World Heavyweight then, but whoever's got it. Do we do Elimination Chamber? So maybe does that decide Roman's challenger? Okay, they're just showing us a clip from earlier. Natalia against Zoe Stark. We do still have... Is that next? We do still have that. I don't think I know anything else, do I? I don't think I know anything else. Here's Damian Priest backstage. Pop, pop. Doing a bit of shadow boxing. World Heavyweight Championship match. Will we see a new World Heavyweight... I mean, we won't. We won't. It's not happening. Right, here's Trish. Guessing she's about to bring out Zoe. Hall of Famer Trish Stratus. And here is Zoe Stark. Quite like her music. It feels quite heavy, though. Sort of music I'd expect Rhea to have. There's like a guy going, what you get, what you want. Oh, there's a bit of singing on the chorus. Zoe Stark then is taking on Natalia, who wins. I've put it in the chat. I've put it up. I've fired it up. Get in your thoughts. Rhea would have got a stunner from Stone Cold to a massive cheer, said BB Ipsy. Judgment Day is the best heel stable after Bloodline, on par with Imperium, said James. It's a very good Raw, said Davids. Trish the Bish, said Kaz. Ezra said, does the World Heavyweight title have the lineage of the old World Heavyweight title? No, I don't believe it does. Bibi Yipsy said, Rhea would have got a stunner. We read that one. I like both teams. I want Florida to win, said Justin. Damian not winning. He couldn't even beat Bad Bunny, said Pete. He couldn't even beat Bad Bunny. Zoe Stark's Z logo is literally the ring ropes. That's creative. Oh, hang on, what? Her Z logo is the ring ropes. That's creative. I haven't seen this. What's this? Is that on the Titantron, or is that like a CGI thing, or what's that? Her, what's that? Is that like, in my mind, ring ropes are like zooming in and they form the letter Z. But I didn't see that. We are at commercial break. We've got 49 minutes to go. That's it. That is it. 49 minutes left to go. Natalia doesn't have a prayer of winning this, said John. Juan said, first time they've been Judgment, they can't use it twice. Lita should return and help Becky. There's rumors about that, says Juan. Her logo on the Tron, said Modern Mogul. Okay. I will have to look at that next time. Days, I am pregnant. Chat poll, am I having a boy or a girl? Well, I've got a chat poll at the moment. Are you pregnant? I mean, not you, but your family? Because there might not be an actual answer. Keisha is a lucky lads. Lag Luger is back. Was there some Lag Luger? Lag Luger. No, we're all right. I haven't got any Lag Luger. John said, I predict it's going to be a boy. Well, hang on. Before we start doing this, I don't know that this is real news. Yeah, listen, if there's one thing I know about Mr. Hensey, it's things aren't always as they seem. So, Keisha is my child, says William. Right, here we go. We are back. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Money in the Bank qualifier followed by World Heavyweight title match. Let's do it. Right, final hour, final 40-odd minutes. Qualifying match. Natalia has made her way down to the ring. Jobber's entrance for Natalia. She gets her entrance during the commercial break. She hasn't totally got in the ring yet, but here she is. Not sure how I feel about the hats. It's all right. I feel there's a bit of a lack of pink. There's a little bit of pink there, but I think I'd like some more pink. In this point in her career, she realizes she might not get a lot more opportunities, says Corey. Referee is getting Zoe Stark to back away. Roll up by Natalia. Kick out. Are we going to see Big Time come out? Because obviously Trish and Natalia came out when Big Time was in the ring. Are we going to see Big Time come out? Catsan said, I actually remember seeing in an old WWF magazine that they polled fans on their favourite sport. Football was top favourite, with baseball second, basketball third, and ice hockey fourth. Oh, that's fun. Juan said, as we know, like some, not all, but not so much of a jobber, she should cause her dad's great career, supposedly just to build the match, like some, not all, even though they had no chance. Yeah, very, very true. Natty's ring gear is very 80s looking. I mean, I don't hate it. It's just a bit black. I think I'd just like a little more color. I've said before, like when it comes to ring gear, I always think if you get a scrap of paper, I always think the best ring gears are ones that you can just so easily just draw. You know, I mean, Hogan, it's just yellow trunks. Super easy. Macho Man with the stars. Oh, amazing. Even his more like adventurous ring gears, I feel pretty confident I could get, you know, fairly close to what some of them look like. But I feel like the, say, orange trunks with the stars, that was so iconic that CM Punk wore it, didn't he, for a little bit? I think they did a figure, actually, a few figures of CM Punk in different Macho Man type trunks. But like Bam Bam with the flames, Undertaker, Vader. It's, you know, iconic. Whereas, like, when Natalia comes out, I have no idea what she's going to look like. If you'd have said draw Natalia's ring gear, I wouldn't have drawn that. I would have got the. I think I would have got the shape of it, but like, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever seen this gear before. It doesn't really do much. 1, 2, reverse there by Zoe Stark. Step through by Natalia. Sharpshooter being applied. Zoe Stark in a lot of pain. Sharpshooter is in. Zoe Stark screaming away. Trish trying to encourage her to get over to the ropes, but it's right in the middle of the ring. She is edging her way over. And she's going to get there, and she gets there. Poor Sharpshooter. Sharpshooter, man. I mean, how many matches did that win for Bret Hart? Kick coming in there by Natalia. Right, Natty and Trish. Trish hitting Natalia. Natalia goes down. She's like, oh, knee coming in there to Natty. Natty goes down. Looks like the cover's coming in. And Zoe picks up the win. So 80% of people went with Zoe Stark. And it is Zoe Stark that picks up that victory. So we've got Zelina, we've got Zoe Stark, we've got Becky. So we need to find another 3. Well, there we go. Zoe Stark picking up that dub. Paul Heyman, we're backstage with Paul Heyman. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh my God. Let's go, Paul. Join me. This Friday. Jey Uso makes his historic choice. So they are doubling down on it. They got a 2.5. They wanna try and get that again here. Jay's gonna make his historic choice. The news isn't pleasant. This Friday, Jey Uso will make his choice. And Jey Uso will choose and stand by his brother. Solo. Brilliant. Brilliant. That's great. That is great. That's brilliant. I mean, I don't have much doubt that Jay chooses Roman, right? I feel pretty good that he stays with Jimmy. I mean, there's been lots of rumors of Usos against Roman and Solo, so I feel pretty good that it goes that way. But they need to work hard to convince me that there is a chance that he could choose Roman. And when he said he's going to choose his brother, I don't know why, but in my head I was like, "Oh, he's going to say Roman. He's going to make out that Roman is his brother, but Roman's not really his brother. It's his cousin." And then he said Solo, and you go, or I went, "Oh yeah, oh yeah." That is his actual brother, and he has now got a brother on both sides of the argument. And actually, do you know what? That's not a point I've seen get made. I can't say that I've seen that point get made. I've got no belief that Jay chooses Roman. As we said at the Royal Rumble, Jay walked away from the Bloodline, and when he came back, he said, "I'm back with you, but I don't know that I'm back with the Bloodline." And that was overheard by Paul Heyman. And that said to me that Jay was done. He was mentally in a place where he could go. And I think that if Jimmy had gone at that point, Jay would have gone with him. I think he only came back following the Rumble for Jimmy. He says, "I'm back with you, but I don't know that I'm back with the Bloodline." So for me, he was on the outside looking in. Now that Jimmy's gone, I've got no doubt that Jay follows him. But I love that line because, yeah, I mean, it's true. He has still got a brother, an actual brother, not just family members, but an actual brother. He has got an actual brother that's with Roman. So I love that line. That's really good. It's really clever. Right, where are we? I think we got Indus Sher coming up next. Trini said, "Unlike Solo, Jimmy has never turned on or thought of turning on Jay. Solo would turn on Jay." That's true. Well, he just saw Solo turn on Jimmy, didn't he? So that's true. I still like it though. That is still his brother. That is still obviously a significant relationship. I mean, cousin is significant relationship, but brother is different. With my brother, it'd be the opposite. We would choose the side that we're not on, said Rambles. Jay choosing Roman just so he can drag this out longer, said Jack. Juan said he's got a twin in Jimmy. Come on now. This is like the other half, says Juan. Well, I mean, yes, that is his twin brother, and I'd imagine that is arguably a even closer relationship than just brother. But, you know, the alternative was that Roman is his cousin. I mean, right now, he has got a brother on both sides of the argument, you know. He's having to choose between brothers. Jimmy is twin, or I think it's his younger brother as well. I mean, how does that change things? You know, when it comes to Jimmy, there might be a feeling that Jimmy can look after himself. But that's his younger brother. In a way, there's probably a bit of I should protect him. Do you know what I mean? He won't. I'm not expecting him to go with Roman. I'm just saying I like that little moment. It's definitely got me a bit more invested in where we are with this story. I mean, I was invested anyway. But I don't really see much chance of him picking Roman. But now it's like, okay, good. Right, we've got Gunther, Bronson Reed, Caden, and Katana on Raw talk afterwards. That could be interesting. Caden and Katana, I'd like to know what they've got to say. Right, here is Indus Sher. So I'm guessing this is going to be our final match before our main event. Indus Sher, I don't think we were introduced to the opponents. Last time they were from NXT, it was Big Body Harvey. Don't know who it is this time. NXT talent again? Don't know what that was. They just turned to each other and they just went, looks a bit rubbish. Oh, well, it's not. Oh, man. I feel so sorry about putting the word jobbers now. Oh, God. But in a way, they are. Oh, God. It's Shelton and Cedric. Oh, Shelton. No. Oh, no. Oh, God. Make it stop. Shelton's on the outside. Cedric gets scooped up. Sanga in ring. Via. Bang. Down he goes. Cedric spluttering away. I don't know what they're doing. They're both in ring. Where's the ref? Cedric Alexander sounds in a bad way. No match. Cedric Alexander's like bleh, 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 spluttering away. Referee's like, no match. No match. Oh, no. Now they're grabbing Cedric. Technically, he didn't lose. He would have gone on to have won this. Oh, he gets planted again. Oh, God. I'm just pleased that Shelton isn't the one having to go through this. He's spluttering away. Do it again. Do it again. Yeah, do it again. Ah, I turned. I thought, well, it's not Shelton. So, no match. Sheer attack beforehand. Okay, right, coming up next, Seth freaking Rollins against Damian Priest. Ray said, this is a hate crime. Juan said, like, Inda Shia is for jobbing match, like Via. I sent another face paint. Read my description. I think this one could work, says BB Yipsy. One wears blue outline. The other wears... So you said one's got blue outline with red in the middle. The other has got reds and blue. I'd say this is the one, mate. Out of all that you sent through, maybe a little Chris Statlander. But that's what I got sent. Maybe a little bit Ziggy Stardust. A little bit Chris Statlander. But I do like the blue and the red representing SmackDown and Raw. And as you said, alternating the colours could be kind of fun. Yeah, I don't mind that at all. It's also got a bit of Azure Kong about it. But yeah, I like it. Let's go. It's weird lipstick, though, isn't it? It's very weird lipstick. I mean, was this a trend? What the hell's this? I've never seen a woman put lipstick just on the center part of their lips before. That's weird. That is weird. That should be a new thing. Might have been an old thing. I'm not sure. Actually, I don't like it. I've changed my mind. I don't like the lipstick thing at all. It's freaking me out. Looks like she can't be bothered. And also, why is she painted underneath her lips? Like the top part is on the lips, but look, she's gone under the lip. Is that a secret? Is that what women do? Do they paint under the lips to make the lips look fuller? Is this all built on lies? Because she has definitely gone under the lip there a lot. Hang on. Look. That's not lip. That's not lip. She can't claim that as lip. She's gone over the boundary. This is the kind of thing that I think we could get the council involved on. Because she has gone over her boundary. And she's started painting her flipping chin. She started painting her face. No, I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure about the lip stuff. I know you did say skip the lip thing. So BBB Yipsy, I appreciate this is nothing to do with you. It's just the conversation has moved on, right? I'm starting to wonder now what's real, what's lies, what is truth. Because look at this. Look, we are seeing it right in front of our eyes here. She has painted part of her face just to make her lips look bigger. And now I'm starting to think, is that what they all do? Is that what they all do? Have we rumbled this massive conspiracy? What I'm going to say, keep your eyes peeled. Yeah? As you're out and about, you see a young lady in a bar, first thing I want you to do, just like that. Maybe get a bit of extra light in as well. She'll think you're a bit strange at first, but once you've established that she's not lying about her lips, then I think you can engage in conversation, knowing that what you're about to talk about might be the truth. You might get it, but if she's painted all down here, chances are whatever you're about to talk to her about, it's probably lies. Do you know what I mean? All I'm saying is the early signals are not great, are they? Not great. That's a red flag to me. It's a red face, actually. But Rhea Ripley is the most followed active WWE superstar. She's got more followers than Tom Hanks. What? Serena Williams, Jeremy Renner. Is Jeremy Renner? I don't know who some of these boomers are. I don't know who that boomer is. What are your thoughts on Baron Corbin going back to NXT? Yeah, I like it. I mean, it might just be a little bit of him paying back, you know. It might just be him. Might just be him going back down to be a good, credible opponent for Carmelo. But we've seen Dolph go down there. We've obviously seen Mandy go down there. We've seen New Day go down there. So I don't know that it's a permanent thing. It might just be a short-term thing. But that was certainly quite shocking last week. Damian Priest making his way down. He's going to be taking on Seth freaking Rollins. Ian says, yes, pay attention to the lips. Riot is Liv said, are you happy for Madcap Moss and Emma on their engagement? Because I am. Sure. I mean, I can't say that it's had a big impact on my life, but I do like Emma. I think she's nice. She's always come across as a nice person. I really don't know much about Riddick Moss. He might be awful. But I think Emma's always come across as quite nice. So I would say I'm pleased for her that she has found her Prince Charming. So sure. But is it something I've spent much time dwelling on? Not really, to be honest. I have spent a lot more time looking at this lady's lips. Now, I don't know if you saw the picture, but this is quite shocking because this has raised a big conversation about what is real, what are lies, how far should women go to lie to us, to themselves? Is this us as a society putting pressure on this woman to make her feel like she needs bigger lips than what she's been given? You know, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Is it just a fashion thing? I don't know. I don't know. There will be a lot more research done into this. And I hopefully will have a PowerPoint presentation for you tomorrow as we break down just how deep this conspiracy goes. But right now we got Seth Rollins making his way out. The world heavyweight champion. We got 25 minutes to go. Rivi said that is David Bowie. That is breaking news. David Bowie is alive. And he is back, baby. And he is now doing makeup tutorials on YouTube. Let's go. Let's go. Listen, the money, if you get a good enough following and you can get some sponsorships from those makeup companies, the money is there for you all day long. All day long. So if that's what he wants to do now, so be it. Right, we've got Damian Priest and Seth Rollins, both in ring. There are no other members of the Judgment Day in there with him. I think we should extend an invitation to this young lady for a live Wrestling Days interview next week. I would love to talk to her. I feel like I have got a lot of questions. Is she like an actual YouTuber or something? Is she like an actual person? Oh, God, is she AI generated? Oh, God, you know about this AI stuff. She might not be real. Oh, God, we might be like breaking down something that AI has just created out of nowhere. That might never have happened. No one in the history of mankind might ever have done that actually to themselves. But all of a sudden now you can't trust any images that you see. Can you? Can't trust anything? I don't even know if Raw's on this week. This might be AI generated. I might be AI generated. Oh my God. Now you've got me thinking that now. Well, I'm going to put that to one side and watch this match, which also might be AI generated. But hopefully, if it is AI generated, it's going to be a really good match. Do you know what I mean? I wonder what an I wonder if anyone's done that. If there are any wrestlers watching, guys, share this clip. What I'm about to say, share it far and wide, right? Not because, don't even mention who I am, right? I'm not interested in that. But this would be cool. Can a wrestler use ChatGPT to put a match together and then show us what the result is? Because that could be fascinating. If a AI, because that's what Macho Man was doing. Macho Man was like putting the match together, writing it all down and planning it all out in advance. So why can't we use ChatGPT to do that? Structure a match and then go and execute it. Could ChatGPT structure the greatest match of all time? Could it? Could it? That's my question. Could ChatGPT structure the greatest wrestling match of all time? Could it use its big, powerful brain to look at all the previous matches, all the information that's on the internet, look at what works, look at the 5-star matches, look at how long they go for, read the reviews, all that stuff, and then structure a better match? Could it? Is that the future of wrestling? You tell me that you wouldn't want to watch an AI-generated match. I totally want to watch an AI-generated match. I want someone to do that, and then I want someone to do it move for move, as long as it's safe, of course, right? But like do it move for move, and even if it's just horrific and it doesn't make sense and people are getting lost, I still want to see it. I still want to see what it spits out, what it comes up with. Let's go, do it. We're at the cutting edge here. Shelton and Dolph are on the same situation. Future Hall of Famers, says Kim, who are heavily mistreated. They should have a Sheamus-like role where they put on great matches that they could possibly win. Well, I feel like the feeling is that both their careers are largely done. Now they're just picking up paychecks, helping to get other people over, still living that wrestler lifestyle of going from town to town, being on the road, being with the boys. But like their contribution to the top of the card is seemingly done. There could be a bit of a groundswell, though. Could you imagine if there was a gauntlet match and one of the participants was took out of it, not able to enter it, and we put Dolph in instead, and Dolph reminded everyone of who he is, what he can do, and then he got his own Kofi Mania type moment. That could be pretty cool. The only thing I would say is that Dolph has been a world champion, whereas Kofi hadn't. So I don't know that it would quite land the same. But oh man, you could do it with Shelton. You could do it with Shelton. That would be cool. So yeah, it would probably take something like that, to be honest. A movement for something to happen for them now. But I don't know, they're still picking up that paycheck, aren't they? They're still earning that dollar. But are you real or not artificial intelligence? You could just be talking to a screen. I think this is artificial intelligence, to be honest. Well, it's artificial. I'm not sure how much intelligence there is. Right, let's go. We got 18 minutes. Count them. Don't bother. Kick coming in there by Seth as Damian Priest stumbles over to the ropes. Charges at Seth, goes over the top rope. Ronnie said, can you be in the Hall of Fame if you job for a couple of years? Totally. Yes, definitely. Definitely. It's about what you achieved in your career. Just because the back end of your career was just a bit flat, a bit jobbing, it doesn't take away, like for Dolph, it doesn't take away him cashing in his Money in the Bank. It's one of the best cash-ins. Winning a world title. His other mid-card belts that he's won. The various feuds he's been in. He went down to NXT and won the NXT championship last year, which is the developmental belt, but it's still gold. Still gold. So, I think if you've had a career that warrants you going into the Hall of Fame, that's it. You've done it. And then anything that comes after that, as long as it's not like offensive or something that's gonna then not allow you to go in. If it's just jobbing, then yeah, fine. It doesn't take away. It just doesn't add. That's how I look at it. Dolph's career is Dolph's career, and whatever he does now, it's not taken away. It's just not adding to his legacy. BB Yipsy said, Cena and Fiend had that type of match. What, like AI generated Firefly Funhouse? Maybe you're right. Maybe that's exactly what that was. Perhaps WWE were at the cutting edge of AI 3 years ago, and it resulted in the Firefly Funhouse match. Damian Priest in control then. Stuff like that. Now feel into the picture. Do you think Natalia Hall of Fame? Definitely. Defo. I mean, how long has she been in? I mean, she came in with Hart Dynasty. She came in when Tyson Kidd and Davey Boy Smith Jr. came in. Just think of the career she's had. Think of the contribution she's made. She's been on the likes of Total Divas. She's been a world champion. She's done so much. To be honest, I mean, even this part of Dolph's career and Natalia's career, it might not be personal success, but it's still helping the company. They are helping, like, the next generation of stars find their feet. Get themselves settled. Like, what they're doing is, in a way, giving back to wrestling. Wrestling gave them opportunity and moments. And I suppose in this stage of their careers, they're giving back to wrestling. This isn't something, in a way, we should look down on. It should be something that we really appreciate, really. This is Natalia and Dolph being selfless. They're still earning a good wage. They're still getting on TV, but it's not really for their personal gain. It is them giving back, and that's class. It's class. I would make the argument it strengthens their place in the Hall of Fame. Okay, Seth digging deep. I think the problem with this is that I don't think anyone really believes that Damian Priest is going to get the win here. So I don't think there's much in the way of peril. Shot coming in by Seth. And again, it is for the World Heavyweight Championship, though. Another big right hand coming in. We're down to the final 14 minutes. Santiago said, I've got an AI script for a match. I'm going to email it over. Is that okay? Go for it. Go for it. Shot coming in. We won't get a chance to look at it tonight, but email it over. We'll see if we can get a look at it on tomorrow's NXT stream. Could be interesting. Seth is trying to get back up to his feet. Seth is better than Damian Priest, said Jackson. SmackDown 6-man tag did 2.3. OC Hit Row did 2.3. Zelina Lacey did 2.5. Roman presented new title 2.7. Final ending 2.9. Ooh. Ooh. That is eye-watering. Eye-watering. Big splash down he goes. Damian Priest with a kick. Seth over in the corner. Damian Priest charging over, collides into Seth. You could say the same for The Miz. You couldn't name the last match he actually won, says BB Yipsy. Yeah, I suppose he's giving back. He's had a healthy career, though, hasn't he? Is he on the back end of his career? The only thing I'd say with Miz is that he's got a lot more going for him. Like, he still gets to pay-per-views, and he's still, like, you know, I mean, last year we saw him in that program with Logan. We see Maurice come in. Obviously, we get a lot of Miz TV. There's just not all of that for Dolph or Natalia. Like, they don't have a talk show. We don't see them bringing in their partners for a little run or whatever as a tag team. So Miz just feels like he's got a lot more going on, but it is true. He does a lot of jobbing, a lot of putting others over. Right, I think we're about to go to our final segment of the show. Cornette said Shelton was better in ring as a technical wrestler than the 2002 class, including Cena, Brock, Orton, and Batista. That has to prove he deserves more than he's given. Yes. I don't know why we haven't done more with him, to be honest. I don't know what's happened there. I really don't know, because we brought him back and then seemingly we've just done very little with him. I mean, outside of Hurt Business, I can't name anything we've done with him. I mean, he's just been in this never-ending tag team with Shelton. I feel sorry for Shelton because Shelton is a great talent. Shelton is someone that, do you remember, was it during the Cruiserweight Classic, Shelton lost and the crowd were chanting, sign him up. And Triple H came out and was like, thumbs up, arm round Shelton's shoulder, gave him a pat, like, we'll look after this guy. I think he was signed anyway, but he won the fans over during that Cruiserweight tournament. And then he went on to have some great matches when he was signed and everything. But it's just, I mean, that was so long ago now. It's all just, you know, it's a distant memory. And a lot of people that watch now won't even have seen that moment. So he's just lost, isn't he? He's just, unless someone's going to give him a chance, give him an opportunity, get behind him, give him something to get his teeth into. He's just dead in the water, man. Feel so sorry for him. I feel so sorry for Shelton. I can't make any argument as to why we haven't done more with those guys. The only thing I can say is that just maybe Triple H just hasn't got round to it. I mean, if you think the amount of stuff Triple H has got to sort and overlook and plan and build for, Bloodline's obviously the big focus. Cody, introducing the new titles, what you're doing with the women's belts. I mean, at what point do you get to Shelton and Benjamin? Shelton and Cedric. At what point do you get to them? Maybe he just hasn't. The concern would be maybe he just doesn't. But there's been plenty of times where we thought, oh, they'll bring back Hurt Business. They'll bring back Hurt Business. They're going to bring back Hurt Business. Fun fact, they never brought back Hurt Business. Which has been a surprise, to be honest. The reason I dislike Dom's position, because most of the roster deserve it more than him, like Ali, Gulak, Shelton, Cedric, Rude, says Kim. With Bobby, he was off TV for 3 weeks. Not a big deal, but it's clear he's done so much in the singles role. Hurt Business is an idea that just aren't interested, says Big Time Backstab. Yeah, you could be right, buds. Could be right. Right, over the top. Shot coming in there by Damian Priest as Seth goes down. Strike coming back by Seth. This is World Heavyweight Championship. So right now, Seth climbing up. Damian Priest is on the top. Crowd are singing away with 8 minutes to go. Clubbing blow coming in to the back by Damian. Headbutt there by Damian. Seth goes down. Damian still up in the corner. Seth jumps up. He's looking for a superplex into a Falcon Arrow. No, reversed by... Ooh, Damian. But the Falcon Arrow connects. 1, 2. No joy. No joy. Please don't end the show with nothing, says Kieran. Have you seen Barry Horowitz shoot interviews? No, but I'd be interested. I'd be interested to see those. Maybe Finn comes out. Damian gets mad saying, I don't need your help, says Ronnie. This is awesome, chant. Do you remember when Hurt Business peaked as Bobby won the flip switch? They broke the faction. Cedric shout and dropped the titles. Team broke up. Yeah, I seem to remember the Hurt Business said they would deal with Retribution. Do you remember they were backstage looking for them? That was good. They were, I mean, Retribution weren't good, but I did enjoy the Hurt Business, like being like, you know, you got carnage happening all around, and like the Hurt Business are like, we'll deal with this. Damian Priest is down. He was put over the commentary table. Seth grabbing Damian Priest, hurling him back into the ring. Seth is climbing up. He's in the corner. Damian Priest on wobbly legs. Super kick comes in. Damian Priest goes down. Seth going to the outsides. I gotta say, I think this is a really hard show for Seth to try and steal. Crowd are into it though. 2 count. Shoulder up by Damian Priest. I'm just saying Dom is the only one in the position he is in because he's Ray's son. Most of the roster is better than he is, says Kim. Jackson said, I can't watch because my dad can't get it on his TV. That's why I'm watching this stream. Jackson McDaniel, shout out to you, buds. Seth is in control. We've only got a few minutes left to go. We've only got 6 minutes left. Damian Priest getting back up to his feet. Ooh, forearm strike there by Damian. And kick coming in by Damian as well. Kicks coming into Seth. Damian. Forearm strike. Looking for... No, went for a net break. Oh my God, he just planted Seth. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Damian Priest was moments away from becoming the new World Heavyweight Champion. A headlock driver. Raw needs to go back to 2 hours, said DFS Chief. My mother and father are doing okay. Very good. Very, very good. Legend Killer, shout out to you. Messy Goat said, when will Bray return this month or after Money in the Bank? I think it'll be after Money in the Bank, but I wouldn't expect it this month. Kick coming in by Damian. I mean, the only thing I heard was that he might be back by SummerSlam. But, I mean, that wasn't coming from any sort of great source. But, 1, 2. Oh, Priest looking for the pin. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Let's go. I've got to give them credit with what they've done with Dominic. He is way over as a heel. He gets huge boos now. Yep. I'd like to see them do something fresh with him, though. I can't say that I can't say I've seen them do anything for a while. It still feels like they're booing him because of how he treated his dad. Okay, Seth on his feet, and another big clothesline there by Damian Priest. So, Seth's in trouble here. We've only got 3 minutes, though. He needs to get out of trouble. Round the houses, lands on his feet. Looking for the pedigree. Connects. Pedigree connects. He's trying to get the cover. 1, 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. So, pedigree connected. But no joy. I think Dom is okay, but the reason I don't care for him is because he gets TV time. Not others. He should have gone to NXT, says Kim. I guess they stopped teasing JD into Judgment Day. They've stopped teasing it for the past few weeks. We did see that moment a few weeks ago, but there hasn't really been anything since then. I think it's going to happen. Buckle bomb. Ooh! Oh, man. He buckle bombed him into the barricade, but he didn't really throw him into the barricade. Oh, there's Finn Balor. He kind of chucked him, and I think he sort of fell just a little bit short. Damian Priest planting Seth. He is clutching his shoulder. 1, 2. Shoulder up. I want to see this replay. He does just touch the barricade faintly. There's not much to it. Why are you here? Damian Priest asking Finn, why are you here? Damian wanted to get this done on his own. He's asking Finn, why are you here? Forearm strike. Looking for a net breaker. Shot to the back of the heads. Curb stomp connects. And there we go. It's a pin and a win for Seth. But it feels like this potential split in the Judgment Day feels like maybe the bigger story. Why are you here? The barricade tried to wobble out the way of that buckle bomb. Finn in the ring. Finn, Seth, face to face. Is it too soon for this? Is Damian going to cost Finn the title to start a Damian-Finn feud? Don't tell me Judgment Day is crumbling. Definitely feels, doesn't it? I mean, there was the glance earlier that people were talking about, and now we've just got him saying, why are you here? Definitely feels like that's potential. Judgment Day shouldn't break up. They need titles. Let's finish the Bloodline breakup, please, said Dad Stuff. No, I want everyone to break up. Guys, if you're in a relationship, I hope you break up. I want Bloodline to break up, Judgment Day to break up, Rhea and Dominic to break up. I want Wade Barrett and Michael Cole to break up. I want everyone to break up. Do you think Finn will ever get the title back? He had to give up injury, never got the title run, and it's sad, said Ronnie. Well, I would like to think he will get a world title run, yes. I mean, I don't know that he'll get the Universal title back, but I'd like to think he'll get some sort of title run. Get in your scores then. We're going to just stick around for a few more moments. The AI match is Enigma Shadow Master against Lightning Strike. Let's go. Zoom Station said 7.5. What's your score? I've gone 7.25. Yeah, I'd probably go with that. I think some of the in-ring stuff was really good this week. I don't know what it was about the final part of the show. I mean, I think the main event was fine, but I never did I believe that Damian was going to get it done. But I do like the fact is like why you're here. That definitely has got me thinking about the future for Judgment Day. And the Miz segment was really good. I enjoyed that. But like, I didn't need the Indashir thing. Zoe winning was fine. I don't know. I just kind of felt like the show just sort of drifted to its natural conclusion. So yeah. 7.25. I would say that's fair. I think the in-ring, certainly with the earlier matches, was excellent. Really enjoyed it actually. Kaden and Katana look great against Ronda and Shayna, and that is such a great way to use Ronda, just little bursts, you know. Crazy good stream on Friday. We went into a 2-hour overrun. Enjoyed it. We're not going to do that this week though, because unfortunately my little recap video didn't do as well because it was so late. So sort of lesson learnt. It was a rare treat where we got stuck into a topic, but yeah, it's good. I enjoyed it. Kim said, what happens with Dom when Judgment Day breaks up? I don't think he's good enough to be by himself. Perhaps we just keep it Rhea and Dominic. I don't know. Or is this just a way of getting rid of Finn from the group and replacing him with JD, as got mentioned earlier? My final score is a solid 8, said Jeff. Will JD take Balor's spot? I think there's a possibility for it. I think he's definitely going to come in. Do you think the reaction to Bloodline ending is making WWE think, hey, let's do it on Raw, aka Judgment Day? I don't think so. I think their plans are a little bit more long term than, oh my God, did you see the rating we got on Friday? I think their plans are a bit more long term than that. So I think it's just a case that they've got an idea as to where they want Finn to be. It might be that they want Finn as a solo star. Might be now that JD is here, they feel like he can go in Judgment Day. I don't know. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't think this is a reaction to the Bloodline thing, though. Did you know there's a new TV series? It's called Stars on Mars. I didn't. Stars on Mars. Alex Bliss Gamer, shout out to you. Gives it an 8. David Roberts said 7.75. BBC said 7.25. It would go up to 8 because of the lip talk. Well, listen, it's a big conspiracy that has been rumbled this evening. And honestly, I don't know about you, but I am definitely keeping an eye out right now. Hashtag fire Vince. Yes, I can get behind that. Zoom Station said I was at an 8, but we did start losing steam, so 7.5. Finn and Gunther would be a great match. It would be a great match. Swerve and JD replace Priest. I think Swerve's under contract, isn't he, with AEW for a while. So I'm not thinking Swerve. I want Rhea and Dom to split just because Murphy is one of my favorite wrestlers, says Kim. Messi, the God, said 6.5. Nothing surprising. That's fair. Shane says 8. Rivy said 637. Twas all right. Ledge Killer with a 7. Yeah. I mean, I felt entertained. I didn't feel bored. I do agree that the show started to lose some steam. I do think that main event, I think it's just a bit of a shame that, like, it wasn't built a bit more. It wasn't a bit more of a realistic threat. I think had that have been a bit more realistic, that really could have got somewhere. But the live crowd were enjoying it, and we did get a This Is Awesome chant. So, you know, they had fun. And it wasn't bad to watch. It was still fine. But, yeah, I think I preferred some of the earlier matches. It's been a good Raw today, a lot better than Raw last week. Right, well, listen, we're going to wrap up there. I'm going to go off and do my little recap video that I enjoy doing. Appreciate people joining us, and don't forget, we are back tomorrow. Tomorrow's Wrestling Escape Pod is going to be recorded because E is going to come on, apparently. So we're not going to be live for it tomorrow. I think we'll record it and it'll air on Wednesday. But we are live tomorrow night on this channel for NXT. So no live Wrestling Escape podcast tomorrow, but there is NXT, of course. So we will be here tomorrow for NXT. And yeah, should be good. Obviously, we got the fallout of Baron Corbin going back down there. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, appreciate people stopping by, sharing their thoughts. I hope you had a good time. And as we said, we are back tomorrow for NXT. Bye for now.